hold on. We've got one more to do. Because I got to check some stuff. So I apologize. I am so behind today. Hello, guys. If you're seeing this, leave a comment. I'm going to remove all these people. I don't want anybody here. Screw all you guys. Leave. I'll see you in a minute. All right. Hi. I am Travis Gibb. If you don't know me, that's crazy because I am all over the internet. I'm watching the show. I know it's a half hour early than it normally is. But we're here. We're here to promote you. We're here to get your Kickstarter, doing some stuff like we always do. I am going to do a quick video to make sure the stream is working. And then come on in. All right. Now I'm here. I'm fully here, ready to go, get things going. Let me get this going. All right, hold on. Dealing with some stuff in the back here, making sure. So if you are watching this, guys, sorry, again, I'm a little off my barm today. If you're watching this, please leave a comment. Let me know that you're here. I want to know what's going on. I want to see you. I want to hear you. I want to communicate with you. Okay. That's it there, handling all that stuff, getting this stuff. Like I said earlier, we are a little bit early, but we're still going to get all of our backers. We're still going to do our stuff. So I got some, so if you guys are in this, we're going to do some back. Sorry, again, I'm off my guard, but I've got my Yingling here. I'd like to see some comments. I know we have Aaron here. We have Fred here. Brian says YouTube is a go. Thank you, Brian. And I think that is it for right now. That's it. All right. So let's get some people in here. Let's talk to some people. Let's light the mood. Somebody who has my energy that I normally have. Matt, how are you?
What's up, Travis? What's going on, man? Why do you not have the energy today, dude? What the heck is going on?
Yeah, it's been a day. You ever had just one of those days as a writer? I actually think your co-writer kind of expressed something. She may be going through some stuff, but kind of expressed where you just kind of had an off day. You can't quite get it. I couldn't get any of my writing done today. Started from the beginning, got to the end. Yeah, it's been a crazy day. And then I got home. I have a sleepover with kids, which is fine, but my dog's kind of an asshole when that happens. So it's just been a day. I didn't prepare my wife's tea because it's at 9 instead of 9:30. And I like to be a good husband, Matt. I don't know about you, but I like to be a good husband. So,
well, I can tell you this. You might have had a bad day up to this point or an off day.
Right.
But now tonight, you're going to have a great day because you're going to hang out with everybody on here and we're going to have a good old time. And you're going to get angry and you're going to guilt and berate people into backing some campaigns and it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, I agree. So it's been a bit since you've been on, right? You've been a little bit lacking on the you don't follow the model of you have to launch every 2 weeks, the Pat Shan model. Oh, Pat Shan every week, but
no, so we had the Heirs of Isildur campaign that we did in January. And this year we're going to have at least 5 campaigns, possibly 6, probably about one every 2 months. which is going to be by far the most we've ever done in a year. But that's because we kind of backloaded at the end of 2024. We saw where the economy was going, so we just kind of started to prepare everything for this year. So we're psyched, we're stoked. We know we've probably got our most difficult campaign right now, but that doesn't mean that we don't completely believe in it. We totally do. But we just know that on Kickstarter, the kind of books like this don't trend as well and don't but that's why we're here, so we can hang out and tell people why they want to be involved.
We're going to work on that tonight. We're going to see if we can fix that. I've got some questions about your campaign.
Dude, let's do it. Sounds great.
So we're going to get on that. And I am not seeing a comment. Matt asked about thigh. Martin Piero asked about thighs, and I am not seeing that. Oh, it's on yours.
Oh, it's on mine? Okay, no wonder, because I'm seeing it on yours.
You need to change yours from private to public so we can see them.
Oh, weird. I didn't realize mine was the one.
We've got a lot of new people here, so I'm going to bring the old guard, as I'll call them. Aaron? Aaron, we can't hear you. Hello? I really can't hear you. We're not kidding.
No, sorry. I was eating ice cream and playing with my cat, so I muted me.
I
muted
was
myself.
eating my ice cream and playing my cat? What does that mean?
He's like right here. It's not a euphemism. It's not a metaphor.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
what happened to the old person's blanket? I don't even remember what it looks like. It's been a while since I've witnessed it.
That has been retired. I have now got a new chair, which is now nice and cozy.
Oh no. Okay.
It's my throne. It was a nice present from my wife.
All right. Oh, we've got. All right. Well, then screw you if you don't want to give me the blanket. I'm bringing in James Burton. How are you?
I can go get a blanket.
James, it's in California right now. So what? It's like breakfast time? Like, is that how it is?
No, actually, it's dinner time. I just fed our pug.
Okay. The final puzzle for Wheel of Fortune. You ready?
I'm down.
You want to know it, right? So you just walk in and just like solve it in front of the wife?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It's impressive for her to see the size.
I unfortunately forgot from when I started, but what was it? I don't remember. Ma, do you remember the final puzzle answer? Oh, a brief overview. It's a brief overview. Yes. So tonight, you are going to win Wheel of Fortune, bet some money, impress your family. I'm here to help you increase your luck. All right.
That's
Next
awesome.
up, we got Fred. Fred's old guard now, which is crazy.
Fred.
What's up, everybody? I don't know how I could possibly match Matt's energy. That was phenomenal. That introduction.
Hey, all you gotta do is come in your hoodie and start dropping elbows like we've been talking about in private chat. We're getting you a persona built.
Yeah, I'm gonna have that heel Cena energy is what I'm going for one day. That like nasty intensity that like you guys all didn't appreciate me, bro. Like I love that.
Just don't tell James Burton you're gonna break up with him right here on this live stream and he'll be fine.
No, and I'm not going to do that. I'm going to eat my cat and play with my ice cream as well.
Flip that.
Sounds very complicated. Who have we entered tonight? Matt, have you fixed your thing so it's public?
It is public. I'm looking at it right now. It is public. I don't know why the comments aren't showing on yours.
Weird. Well, you're going to have to monitor your own comments.
Yep, I went and did that. I went and pulled it up on my side so that way I was able to do that.
All right, we got it. All right, cool. All right, next up, we've got some newbies here. Hopefully they know the rules and what's going to happen, or they're in for a surprise tonight. Oh no, we got Kurt. Kurt's an old guard. Hello, Kurt.
Kind of old guard, yeah. Doing this for a while, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the background. You know, I'm used to actually seeing what's in your background.
Well,
I don't need to. I'm just saying. I'm
right,
used to
you want to see? It's not. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I remember seeing. That's it.
Chaos.
It's a little messier
Chaos.
than normal, but
That's the stuff right there. Yeah.
That does look like he's been shaking a bit.
Yeah, it's been some stuff. So you can put back up the brick wall if you'd like, but I'm just saying. So how is things, Kurt? What's going on? Anything exciting?
Well, yeah, I got Ruxy going. Ruxy
Okay.
number 2. It's doing well. It's been up since Tuesday night, so doing well and having fun. But yeah, I mean, tonight I'm working on some Facebook ads, trying to get ads together, and yeah, just busy.
Now, I mean, we'll talk about it more later, but is Ruxy stronger than your other one, or vice versa?
It is.
Okay,
It's
a stronger one.
It's yeah. My horror title doesn't do quite as well. I'm getting there though, so slowly but surely. But yeah, that's a sad fact of the world is the Risque does a little better. So what are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
It's fun. I mean, there's still a story. There's still supernatural action, suspense.
Okay.
But there's
We've
a little bit of saucy.
We got David here. I like David. How are you, David?
Good to see you guys. I'm happy to be the newbie thrown to the lions.
I like it. You got a Jim Steinman vibe, and that's one of my favorite musicians, composers in the whole world. So
Okay.
You don't know who Jim Steinman is?
Like, is he involved with Meatloaf? Is that
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
I do know. Yes.
I don't like your disdain for Meatloaf, David, but beyond that, everything's going to be fine here.
No, Meatloaf's great. I mean, I loved him in Fight Club.
So we're going to
Rocky Horror, he was great as well.
Absolutely.
We're gonna get to know you a little bit later here, and we're gonna talk about a Facebook post I made earlier this week that I think you'll relate to. That's kind of funny because I saw your book. And next up, we've got Anthony, but he's going by Castro here. Do you want Castro or Anthony? I know he's Anthony.
I go by Castro on the cover of my books, so Castro's good.
Good. And you got off early to hang out with us, if I remember
I
correctly,
did. I
right?
left an hour early from work to come and be here with you guys because Travis, he's got the plan, man.
I want you here. It's going to be good. Everything's going to be great. So don't.
Awesome.
You're not good friend, but I do need anybody who hasn't messaged me in the back. I need your comments. I need your stuff. And Sean, I see Sean in the chats. Why is Sean not here? Sean, you're still live. You still need money. I have slots. I have 2 slots, guys. So if you are watching this and you know me, message me on Facebook. Or if you're watching on Matt's program, apparently message Matt. Because we do have 2 spots. If you have a Kickstarter, I want you on the program. I want to help you get money. So here is what I do for those who don't know, which I think is David. Because I know Anthony's at least watched.
There's a lot of streaming involved.
I've been on here at least once.
So here's what I do. I'm going to write your names on a piece of paper. I'm going to write all your projects, and we're going to guarantee you a backer. We're going to yell at people. We're going to let them know the backer because, and I'm going to make myself big for this so people can see me. Let's stop fucking wasting time, people. You're watching this because you like comics, okay? You either want to back comics or you don't. But there's no reason to be here if you're not here to back and support and love. So we're going to do it. But what's great, here's the thing. If you back fast enough, we can give you insider stuff and talk about things and all the things you may want to know about the insider. But I'm not going to waste your time and be like, hey, yeah, we'll get a break. Hey, Castro, did something tragic happen to you with a bunny, and that's why you do this book? I'm not going to do that. That's not the stuff we're doing. It's not it. It's not it. We're not getting emotional. If you want emotional, read my Substack.
You guys have seen Monty Python, so we don't have to.
So it's all going to be good. We're going to get everybody on. We got Sean coming. So let's get the show on the road. We actually got a decent amount of people watching. So how many you got? Oh, they're counting your views. I can see your views. I can't see people. All right. So first up, who is my first link here? First link. Who knew what they were doing? Aaron. So Aaron, let's talk about Aaron. Aaron.
Yo.
What's going on here? that I feel like you were on pre-launch for Granite State Punk. Gone through that whole
I can't hear you, dude.
Can everybody else hear me?
There we
Now
go.
I can
No.
hear you.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, so my mouth was moving and nothing, huh?
Yeah. Something
I
about
said,
Granite State Punk, and then it was like,
I said we went from Granite State Punk to all this to all of my upheaval because I only have 24 hours left or something on upheaval, and we still haven't got you funded yet. So what's going on? What can we do?
I mean, we can stay up all night
Okay.
until it's funded. I'm happy
Okay.
to do that.
All of a sudden, it's like Jerry's kids.
I am not, but
He's got a little kid's slumber party to get to.
I mean, come on. Are you going to miss out on the slumber party, or do you want to be here? I mean, come on.
both sound like personal hells. I'm going to be honest. Both
That
do not
entirely
sound
depends on who invited you to a slumber party.
right.
They don't invite him; he just turns up.
Well, they're baking some. They're the older ones having a slumber party, which is good. So they're baking something. So I may get some sort of reward out of this.
It is nice to have a cookie.
I get cream puffs and macaroons.
Macaron.
I don't
Love
think
macaroons.
I didn't know you could make those in your house, so I'm a little scared about that.
Oh, you can. It takes a lot of work.
Right.
And,
The cream puffs, that's a doable thing. I've seen it. I think I can pull it off. I watched.
When the
Is that-
fire alarm goes off, that's when you got to worry.
Right. All right.
That's how you make black macaroons.
So let's bring Aaron up and see what's going on. See where he was since we've last left him.
Dun dun dun.
All right.
Da-da.
Come on. All right. There we are. Oh, we're right there. We're so
Yeah.
close.
So close. Yet
Looking
so
so
good,
far.
close.
man.
If $900 is so close, we are right
Well, this
there.
is what happened last time, and then it just like stayed like that for the rest of the time.
Oh, that's so stressful when it does that.
Yeah, it was not right. But that was over Thanksgiving. It was like right next to Christmas too. So it was. I'm hoping that's the reason why it didn't. Usually the last 48 hours it kind of shoots up, but yeah. So, and I've made some vast improvements thanks to Travis. Thank you, man.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Travis is
So
definitely
tell us
good
what it
for,
is, man.
It is a supernatural horror. Amor Patris means father's love in Latin. It follows a small town sheriff who answers a local disturbance, and it's anything but routine. He finds the farm full of blood, death, and madness, and his investigation unearths the truth that exorcisms are real.
Hmm.
So I have a question right here. So is this reverse my wife? Because my wife is a good Heather, or Heather, or this is dark Heather? Like,
Yeah, it's opposite. It's the negative of your wife.
of my wife. For $30, I could wear the evil version, the negative version of my wife.
Or you could get her to wear it and it'll cancel each other out. And she vanishes.
And how are your t-shirts doing as an add-on?
Pretty well. I've got a few backers. Say was my Ice and Bone had a couple of backers as well. People seem to dig it.
So
I got questions about this Dark Heather thing. So if my wife is a little, so what you're saying, I'll bring it back. So if my wife's a little cranky and I have this Dark Heather shirt, it's going to cancel it out and make her average?
No, she's just going to disappear. It's going to go. It's going to be like little fairy dust, and then she's just going to go away.
I invested a lot of time. I'm not willing to invest in that. And there's children that will be 100% my responsibility if that happens, Aaron. You understand?
I mean, you have to take the rough with the smooth, man.
Yep. Damn
This
straight.
is why you're not funded. Like every time you
Some people might like their wife disappearing. I don't know.
All right. We're going to put you down here. So finally, Sean's here. Hold on. We got to get Sean in. Sean, did you think you were going to be able to spend time with your wife? You're like, oh, look, I'm fancy Sean. I'm funded now. I got money. You know, you used to be Aaron going on here going like, we're right there. It's going to happen tomorrow. So don't get cocky, kid.
My bad. Appreciate you having me back. I just feel bad I'm always on like every week that I'm live. So, but I appreciate.
I like you. You're fine.
Thank you.
Okay.
You've got me as a buffer now, Sean. I'm the obnoxious one that's always here, and I'm like the Ed McMahon.
Nice.
It's true. Fred is way more annoying in my DMs than you've ever been.
Remember last week when he said beg to be on here? Believe me, I begged every day.
And then he tries to smooth it over every time. He's like, so Cena's a heel. Yes, Fred, we talked. Like, I get it. I like Cena's a heel. I'm thinking about paying $25K to go to WrestleMania and see a big heel for dinner.
Are you really?
No, I'm not going to pay.
He said he was thinking about it. He didn't say he was actually going to do anything.
The fact that you think I have $25K to spend this thing
I was going to say that's a hell of a GoFundMe.
The last Cthulhu. Went straight to that.
I make a wish only to see angry.
I don't know. Maybe you have like that, like Eisner Award money now, like, you know, that you can.
I would have
cash
to win and or be nominated.
He's on
Or
comment.
not Eisner. I'm sorry.
Ringo.
Ringo. Sorry. You're right. It is hard to win without nominations.
Right. It is not impossible, but
A lot of write-ins. We'll get on it.
All right, so damn it. All right. Sorry, somebody sent me a comment and I really want to fight about it. But all right, we won't fight.
Save that for later.
Those who follow me and friends with me, Frank Martin just sent me a message. I won't tell you all the details, but it says, this is why you'll go further in industry. And I really want to go in a tyrant of why I'll go further than Frank Martin, because I love to mess with Frank Martin. I love him. He's my favorite grumpy Jew. I love him. All right, so we're going to get you 84 backers. We're going to try to get you 2,100. That's what we're going to try to do tonight. How's that sound?
He's not talking about going from 83 to 84. He's talking about getting you actually 84 backers on the show, right, Travis?
Or more, yeah. So that's like 160 backers.
My reach is that great. You know?
I'd take half of that number, man.
Dude, when you say that, you also have to like flex. It's a requirement.
So we're going to share this out. Matt, if you can do a favor and share it to your little group because they're not getting the link.
Yep. I've actually got your chat up and mine at the same time since I didn't realize it was not going to collate those things together.
Unfortunately, I was paying attention to your chat more than mine, so I need to bring my chat up.
Too many chats going on.
Actually, I don't see any comments from mine. This is so weird. Let me see if this goes.
There's definitely comments in your Facebook one.
Not on this particular thing. Interesting. We'll see how it all goes. It's taking my things, which is more important, and I'm seeing it here, so we'll be all right. It's all going to be good. All right, so you're gone. I'm going to have to hopefully not have to yell about you later.
I'm sure you will. You always do.
Scream from the top of the mountains.
I don't want to yell. All right,
Scare
next
the kids
up.
in the background.
Yeah, I have to watch my language tonight, gentlemen.
The kids will start crying. Oh, there's some cookies.
There's a madman in there. Next up, we got Kurt. We got some sexy vampire supernatural fantasy going on here. I wish her name was Roxanne, so I could go, Roxanne! But it's not. It's Roxanne.
Close enough. You can go Roxanne. Ruxy is short for Roxandra, who was the actual granddaughter of Vlad Dracula. So that's where that inspiration comes from.
So she was the real life
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. So basically, it's a supernatural in the Sans verse. It's my little horror / supernatural universe about the granddaughter of Dracula waking up in Prohibition era Chicago, and
Cool.
she's got. It's a little lighter in tone. I know it looks a little bloody, but she's got a bit of a gambling problem. She wants to. She's looking for a drink. She wakes up in this apartment, this gangster's apartment, and doesn't know how she got there. She's looking for a drink with her brother, and they can't find anything. And eventually, they find out they're in Chicago in the middle of Prohibition, and she gets caught up in a lot of trouble pretty quickly. So.
Somebody was brave enough to roofie a vampire and managed to get the granddaughter of Dracula.
It's that's actually that might be better than what my idea is. Damn it!
It's shorter, but
she I play a little bit with the vampire myths. When the sun hits her, she gets turned to stone instead of exploding in fire. So her and her brother kind of get turned to stone, and they wind up in a gangster's apartment as like a sculpture, a statue. And then that gangster gets gunned down, and the blood sprays everywhere, and it kind of wakes him up. So
very cool.
So you are
as long as they don't sparkle.
Yeah, as long as they don't sparkle.
Oh God, no.
So you're at 5,599 with 140 backers. We're going to try to get you to 144, but I bet you get to at least 145 tonight because this book looks great. And I'm gonna. You didn't highlight them enough, so I'm gonna have to do it real quick. I mean, look at this cast of some of the best artists in the indie scene, right? So first up, you got Mogpog, Miss Game of Thrones herself.
Yeah,
I am not
the covers and the interior art. Yeah,
I'm not familiar with M.R. Gunn. Not James Gunn. Is this James Gunn's wife, Mr. Gunn? Oh well, probably not.
I think his first name is Matt. Yeah.
We had Henwick. I know this artist. I don't know a lot of their work. We got Art Voyager. Come on. You got Marissa Pope. I mean, like, Vic Vang, you've got CB Zane. Like, these are the best. Like, come on. Like, you can't ask for a better, like, selection of covers, right? And what also that means, I'm going to make myself big for this, he needs fucking money. That shit's expensive. Insider knowledge, guys. Insider base.
That is the sad truth. Yeah, I can get very easily carried away and with the covers, but they're just so much fun. So yeah, I dig the cover art.
Well, let's get this shared out. Again, what you do with the linky links, by the way, is you click on it and you're like, ooh, I like Roxy Vampire. And you're like, I'd like to buy it. You're like, hey, I'm sick of seeing Darren's face. I'm going to give him money. Like, this is what you do. So it's not hard. Just clicky click and we'll get some backers and we'll come back in a little bit. Next up, we have our newbie here, which works out really well because I think vibe-wise, these two books go really well together. So, David, I don't know if we're Facebook friends or not. I know that we're in some groups together, but I don't know if we're Facebook friends. But did you happen to see my post this week that got a lot of response?
I did not.
I'm gonna bring that. I think it's important to share it publicly, just so it doesn't feel like I'm making fun of you or myself, because this was a targeted towards me post at the time. Give me a second. Before I bring it up, and it's funny, and if we can't laugh at ourselves, what's. So, are you ready?
I'm ready.
David's like, I don't know what I'm getting into. I don't know this guy. This
careful.
is how I roll, big guy. All right. So my comment here is this: one time, someone on Twitter said nothing says Kickstarter more than a white guy making a comic about food. This still stings, but it's fair. David, do you feel that?
Well, theoretically, I'm not actually making a comic book about voodoo, but
I mean, I make a book about voodoo here.
yeah.
So, I mean, I feel it. But
Are you
the reason why,
because he was putting you down, or because he not Kickstarter?
I mean, I just think he makes a valid point. But David, he's going to share to me how this is not a book about voodoo, even though the guy's named Dr. Voodoo, Zomba, and there's voodoo in it. I saw it.
No. It's no, it's no. Dr. Zomba's Ghostly Tales is a modern horror anthology in the tradition of EC Comics, The Twilight Zone, with a bit of a modern edge. Dr. Zomba is a spook show host. So if you don't know what that is, back in the 1950s, there were these spooky magic shows that toured the country. They had like seances and burlesque and a blackout sequence where the audiences involved with supernatural phenomena they could see, hear, touch, and feel. So I did a revival of that type of show. And then I found out that one of the big spook show hosts, Dr. Neff, actually did appearances as himself in comic books. And he gave, there's a cover right there. And he gave out a comic book version of this program at his show. So I got the likeness rights of all the actors in my show, and I made them the hosts, if you will, of the horror anthology.
That's cool, man.
That's
cool.
That's
Really
awesome.
cool.
Yeah.
Will you, random question for you, will you be able to, is there footage of the show that is unlockable or see at some point?
There's actually there's 3 different videos that give you a little bit of a taste of what the show was about that's kind of embedded there right in the middle. Keep going up. Lots of videos.
Well, I mean, let's stop at this one. Children's Vampire Hunter Brigade. The book's been around for a long time, like 4 or 5 years, right? Maybe even longer.
Yeah.
This book is really good. When I first got into the scene, I just want to stop here. This is one of the first books I backed on Kickstarter and got and received. So I highly recommend that. If you don't know what it's about, it's a lot of fun. So sorry, we'll keep going.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so in a way, this is kind of getting back to my roots because that was the first book I did it with artist Henry Ponciano. We went on to do Tinseltown, but Henry also illustrates one of the 3 main stories in Dr. Zomba's Ghostly Tales, and also working with a few new artists, Kyle Roberts, who did the cover, and he does the introductions to each story, and I love the cover. It's got kind of a semi-infinity thing there going. This is also my first foray into multiple covers, my first foray into not safe for work cover.
All right.
Yeah, and that's Henry's page right there. That's Brandon. Yeah, that's Henry right there. That's a story called the Sin Eater. And early bird perks, you can also get some digital PDFs of another book that Kyle Roberts did. So, and that's the not safe for work cover right there. The EC Comics pastiche.
So one of the things, if you want to sell those not safe for work covers, my friend, you're going to want to make them bigger.
Yeah. Okay.
You're going to want to show full size if you want people to see it. They got to see it because I think
bigger boobs sell better.
Well, and I really think that I don't know if you've ever sold here. Is that bigger? Can you guys see that bigger? Is that large?
Yeah.
The EC thing sells really, really well. I have a book that sells with the EC, and I had people just pick it up because it looks like EC. Like they don't care what it is or what's inside. So you add the other thing that they like. I'll make that big as well. This thing should be fine. Should be a no-brainer on those particular covers. So, but this looks fun. How many pages is it?
It's a double-size full-color floppy, so it's like 42, 44 pages.
Okay. Does it have a spine or not? Because Matt's a big fan of spines.
It's a staple, double staple.
Okay. I'm sorry, Matt. Sorry, Matt, no, do you have anything to say about that? The lack of spot? Like, I know that.
I do. See, there you go. If you're that big, you got to put that spine on there, man. Put it so you can put it on that bookshelf. Come on now. Come on, Lucarelli.
All right, so let me add you to this. So what you're saying is I'm still the only white guy doing voodoo. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right,
yeah. Dr. Zomba's more of a mesmerist.
I get it. I should have saw that coming before I even mentioned it, but you know.
Do you know of Bloody Mary in Louisiana?
Bloody
like the urban legend?
No, the actual high priestess voodoo woman. She's white. She is very well known in Louisiana. Her name is Bloody Mary.
No, I do not know her. Tell us a little bit about her.
Oh, well, she's very into voodoo, and she's white, and she has a really cool little place out there. It's like a museum kind of voodoo thing. I've never been there, but I'm into the occult and paranormal and all that stuff, so I research that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Wes Craven was white. He made a hell of a voodoo movie. So I mean,
Rainbow, yeah,
Rainbow, yeah,
yeah.
Hold on, let me back up. Stephen King was white. What happened?
No, Wes Craven. Yeah. Wes Craven.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
That tracks because he isn't rest your soul.
Don't want to start any rumors about what Stephen King's doing right now.
He's yelling on Twitter, normally at Republicans.
Yeah.
I catch up often. He's quite angry about.
That's what Twitter's for now.
He's quite angry at them, and producing probably 4 books a year, more than any of us could ever do. Like whatever you have done, he did 4 more.
Dude, he's got
money for it too.
That make more than most people.
And if he's not doing it, his very talented son, which was very upsetting when I found out his son was talented. That was extra. No, like Lock and Key. So I'm from New Hampshire. So Stephen King lives around. He lives in Maine, but he's like in the southern part of Maine. So he travels between New Hampshire. So I've run into him several times throughout my life, just randomly. So Joe Hill, when Joe Hill was saying, my comic store went big into Joe Hill. And I refused to read it because I was just like, it's because Stephen King's there. Like, maybe they're trying to get Stephen King. I'm not going to read Lock and Key. And then I was like, what are we doing? Like,
and then
I refused like 5 volumes. I was like, this has to be no, it's just because it's Stephen King's kid. There's no way it's good. Like, I don't believe it. And then we had COVID. And I had and I was like, all right, fine. I will buy Lock and Key. It's coming on Netflix. We'll try it out. And I was like, holy shit. Matt Campbell's talking some crap. Look at these bunch of weirded white nerds, Bob. By the way, congratulations, Fred. You won Matt Campbell's award for backing this week.
Am I the only not white person here?
For back.
Yeah, he does a competition of he'll back certain books. He'll put your books up.
Yeah.
Matt, actually, if you could talk about it in the comments so people know about it and they can submit their stuff. He does this competition where he'll go over your campaign and him and his friend will pick it out. And if they like your campaign versus other people's campaign, they will back it. And yours beat mine. And
really? I'm never
talking about Campbell again. He's dead to me.
I expected credit to disappeared.
Well, Matt, take out where Travis was in your contacts, and you can just slot me in because that's really flattering and awesome. Thank you.
Student has become the master.
Of Ultimate Destiny.
Comic Showdown of Ultimate Destiny every Friday. Yeah, if you follow him on Facebook, it's based on the campaign presentation. So your campaign, they both backed fisticuffs.
Jeez, thank you.
You should watch the video. They talk very.
I will. That's bye. No, I'm just
but seriously, guys, follow Matt Campbell. He does it. I don't know if it's every. He said it's every Friday. So if you want to submit your stuff, he'd like ask to submit. I think he doesn't. You don't submit. I think he just grabs some stuff off the internet. But grab it.
Yeah, their advice. I revamped my video. I got a voiceover.
Yep, I changed a lot of my stuff too because of previous campaigns. So,
And
They know
I
that
changed nothing because I don't care what Matt says. I'm not influenced by
He's dead to Travis.
Did you guys
Dead to-
voice over your own videos? Because that's what I did.
Yeah,
but you had
I-
a cool
I-
cartoon thingy, so I think you got a shot there.
I did make a lot of Travis suggestions. If you saw my campaign versus what we talked about last week and now, I did a revamp.
Exactly, Matt. I get credit for all of this. It's all mine. Give me that money, bro. All right. So next up,
Thank you.
Matt, I am so proud of you. I'm going to say this live because I didn't. This is what I wanted to text when I saw your campaign, but I didn't want to offend other people in the group. I hate your campaigns normally and the way they look. You and I have discussed this. I don't like your lettering. I'm not a big fan of your stylistic. However, this is the 180. This is, or 360. This is the best looking campaign on Kickstarter. It is fantastic. It's so
Well,
good.
I appreciate that very much. I had to wait to make sure you were not still talking to Matt Campbell first before I accepted that comment. I appreciate that.
F Matt Campbell. However, your link's not working, probably because it's Y URL instead of.
Oh, probably because I was typing it in.
And
here.
it's
I'll just,
literally trying to give me.
hold on.
It's actually trying to give. Do not click on that link. It is trying to give me spyware right now.
That's how he gets all those money.
That's it. Now I'm just gonna find it, Matt. This is not good. I'm going deep into here. I'll share the screen. It's getting deep. All right, let's see this. Did you give me viruses? Okay, no, it's not. This one's not viruses. They're like, here, you use tiny URL as well. You'll love it. Oh, did I share out Dr. Zombie? Yes, I said I wanted to get you to 985 and 30 backers. And did I share it though? I want to make sure everybody can.
I don't think you did.
We got to get that. No, I did share it. It's right up above there. It's before the Matt Campbell stuff. So, and I see he's got a backer too, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. All right, next up, Matt loves this indie community. Do you, Matt? Your feedback on my page didn't feel like you loved the indie community. Matt, let's talk about this. Let's talk
Okay,
about
now you're back to talking to this Matt. Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Matt, who knows where I live, or at least has been within a Dunkin' Donuts distance. So
I've been within a Dunkin' Donuts distance. That's right. All right. So, what do you want to know, Travis, about Misfits Clubhouse?
I want to know everything about Mrs. Focus. I want to know if there's socks. I want to know if there's sharks. I want to know all these things.
There's 100% sharks and there's 100% socks. We figured out the other day this campaign has our 8th pair of socks in there. Misfits Clubhouse. This book was supposed to come out a little while ago, but we actually now have the rights to control back of it. We've put a little more stuff into it. There wasn't anything to revamp because the book as it was great. It was going to be 80 pages. Now it's 96 pages. Think Goonies mixed with Saturday morning cartoons in comic form, and you got Misfits Clubhouse. We had a fun time putting the video together, making it the most silly video that we've ever done. If you ever watched What We Do in the Shadows, one of the actors on there, Matthew Berry, he plays Laszlo. He speaks with a very specific dialect when he's on the show, and somebody asked him why he speaks that way. He's like, I'm just trying to have fun and be ridiculous and entertain myself every time I say something. So I was like, you know what? That's what I'm going to do when I do this campaign video. And that's why it totally sounds completely nothing like any of the other metal-based videos that we do.
Well, who wants to hear it? Does anybody want to hear the video?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know I hate videos, but the people have spoken. And when we go back to Dr. Zombie, I'm going to see some of this clip of him doing this as well. So we're not going to watch the whole thing.
It's only a minute 11 seconds long.
All right, we'll watch the whole thing.
It's time for Misfits Clubhouse! All the shenanigans so far! Come join me, you Barry, Swampy, and Sting for all of their ridiculous adventures! It's 10 stories, nearly 100 pages in one awesome book! Along the way, you'll meet characters like The Aspera Guy, Linghaus, Captain Bluebeard, a bully boy, and Bushman Tuberson, a clock investigator, and even crazier ones like Snowsuit, Dark Bluebeard, and so many more. So if you're a human person that likes humor, fun, and laughter, then you need Misfits Clubhouse. All the shenanigans so far in your life.
Going on an unexpected adventure.
One last horn to save it up.
Hey, man, we had to find a way to wrap it the right way, man. So, yeah, there's 96 pages. We got multiple different covers in there. Emily Reset, who Travis knows very well, did a Mario Kart homage for us where she actually mashed up our characters with some of the Mario Kart characters. So instead of having Dry Bones and Captain Bluebeard, we now got Drybeard. She did all kinds of fun stuff like that for us. We got
she put you on the Star Road. That is scary.
Oh, that's what we told her. We told her we wanted it to be on Rainbow Road. That way it was nice and colorful, just like Misfits are.
Heck yeah, man.
I love the video, man. Aspera guys.
That last horn,
awesome.
I love the
that
word
last horn
shenanigans.
was a win, man.
I love the word shenanigans. And if you don't know Matt for all the other stuff, go ahead and tell him about a little quick about all the shenanigans. This non-related Misfits shenanigans right here.
Oh, so like, we do Heirs of Isildur, which is apocalyptic sci-fi set in a steampunk world. Tales from Nocturnia, medieval fantasy. I Am Keto, and Tatsumi, the Serpent Mistress, which is upcoming, that are set in the fictional Far East. And we do metal music, and there's a lot of extreme metal. We have socks, and we have custom leather work and shirts, and all kinds of fun, nonsensical crap that we do. And this is a title that Richard Rivera actually challenged us to do. He's like, you guys have fun personalities, but everything you write is really dark and deep fantasy world building. He's like, do something that's just going to be super fun. I challenge you. And since he kind of dared us, we kind of had to do it. And this is Misfits Clubhouse.
Awesome.
Nice.
So this we've had multiple issues, like single comic issues that were released either by us or through distribution, and we wanted to get everything together in one place and make it an actual book. So that's why everything we've ever done is in here, along with a couple of new stories and in total about 30 pages that have never been seen elsewhere before.
Nice. And what's cool about it too, for those who don't know, you guys can, if you want to kind of check it out right now, it's on Webtoons, right? They can kind of check it out on Webtoons.
If you go to Webtoon Canvas, which if you've never been on Webtoon, it's in a vertical scroll format. So what you get on Webtoon is a little bit different than what you get in the book. So like you might see panels a little bit different. There might be some dialogue that's
like this
added.
work. Like this wouldn't work in Webtoon.
Exactly. So those panels, so because we have the letters and we have the panels separately, we have to go in and deconstruct, reposition some of the panels, reposition the dialogue. So there's some stories where you might actually get more dialogue than you get in the actual printed version.
So I do have one question about this campaign that's bugged me. So cover artist down here, did you have a Richard that didn't go through, or?
Say what now?
You have Richard Fairgray down here. Did that just not happen in time?
Oh, no. So Richard Fairgray did do a cover. So those are cover artists from when we did the original, and then we did
so
short
you're
story. Yeah,
inside the book.
Yeah, so inside the book, you've got a cover from him. You've got a cover from Peter Ramundo, who's a pretty famous Disney artist. So they were just the covers from those other issues are contained in there.
Nice. And I think can you buy single issues somewhere? Probably as add-ons.
There are some single issues as the add-ons, and one of the things we did do in this campaign, which we don't normally do, we know that there's a lot of people that have a price that they don't want to back more than, like, hey, I can throw $5 at a campaign. For a trade size book, the PDF needed to be more than that, but we put a tier called Sample Size Me, and with Misfits Clubhouse, it's all short stories. So we're like, hey, Sample Size Me will send you a PDF that's like 24 pages of some of the stories. It won't be the whole thing, but that way you can still be a part of the campaign and still get something without feeling like you're just throwing money at it and just saying no reward.
I love that. I think that's great. So you're at 1,053 with 35 backers. We're going to try to get you 36 backers at least with 1,069. And then when we get 69, Matt, I'm going to be like, that's inappropriate for a kid's book. We'll try to get you a little bit more.
I think that sounds great to me. I think it sounds great. And I'm going to tell you, we know that these kind of books have a hard time tracking on Kickstarter, because just think about the conversation we just had with David's book, where, NSFW and the bigger the boobs, the better. Those sell a lot more. We know that that's not what this book is, so we're ready for the grind and the long haul to get this thing to be successful.
That's awesome. That's awesome. All right, so let's get that out there. I've got the share out there. We'll try to get some backers. We'll try to make all of this happen. All right, next up. Where are we at? I skipped you, Fred. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Fred was supposed to be next, but since Matt Campbell, I'll say the last name, liked him so much that I didn't share his campaign, because no one likes you, Matt Campbell.
I think you're swell.
He pays you to say that. So this one is also something that I want more funding for. It is back, but it needs more funding. 53 back is a travesty for this particular book, because it is so effing good.
And you're getting $2.
Me and my wife just fought about this book today.
You fought about it?
Well, here's the thing, and maybe I could get this on record to clarify this. Fred gave the books, handed them physically to my wife, 1 and 2, but it was because I was talking to another customer, I assume. They were for me, but my wife is implying that they were for her. So I don't know what happened there, but I'm deeply offended. I'll tell you that.
That I didn't give you the books?
So, well, are they?
What is that?
That is
an exciting
here, buddy. He is.
Very excited dog.
He gets very jealous anytime I start talking to other
shit
people
about his owner, so he's like, "Hey."
He's like, "Hey, damn it! You have." Did Heather want them?
I think she did.
They're for Heather.
You're lucky I backed it, so I got 2 more coming.
Well, I was going to say, somebody the other day I was talking about this with, and I said how, it was Dave Byrne. I said how I was at a con and I was going to give him a copy, but you said that I need to stop giving out so many copies, otherwise you're never going to buy the book. And I said, in fairness, you probably did have like 6 by now, because I gave you one every time I've seen you. So I feel like you have more copies than anyone of a book that's not even been released yet.
Right. Look, you got a backer while we're sitting here.
Hey!
I already. Hold on.
Should have written it down, Travis.
Listen,
wow.
Linda. I have a
Think of the
sheet,
children.
and I write. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. You saved my life there. You don't even know it. See, I wrote down his thing, and now I have to change that thing and get him even more money. And I know it was one of you guys watching the show that threw him money. And now you just threw off the whole thing, and now he's got to get more money, and I have to do more work. And this, look, this whole thing is for me. Like, I don't really care. So the faster I can get it done, the better it is. You understand? Like, you get it, right? You get it. I'll go back.
All the goodwill stuff, put that aside.
Right. Throw it up. All right, Fred. All right.
Yes.
We're going to get to 54 backers here. And now I've written it down so it sticks. 2,379. Tell us what Fisticuffs is.
Fisticuffs is about a functional drunk whose comfortable life derails when a one-night stand has deadly consequences. It's for... I had a really great comp the other day. Somebody told me that they made a post in another group about how 90s comics were kind of gone and dead, that style of stuff. And they felt that they spoke too soon after they read Fisticuffs, because we're getting a lot of great comparisons to actually we got an accusation that I abducted Garth Ennis and Frank Miller and milked them for story for this project, which was about the nicest accusation I've ever received. But yeah, it's absolutely that type of story, right? It's like in the vein of like Preacher and The Boys, but with like an added layer of personal storytelling and kind of grim, gritty, but personal themes, and also very lots of dark humor too. Very sick and twisted. And in addition to the book, we also just added recently a stretch goal for a 10-page preview of a fantasy book that Stan and I are working on. So if you guys were interested and if you are fans of this, let's do everything we can to get to that 3,750 goal. I know it's a bit lofty, but if we do that, we unlock that preview for everyone. So, yes.
And first, let's be honest. It's a Stan Yak book, guys. Like, it is well written. I will 100% back up, but it's Stan Yak. Stan friggin' Yak is one of the best artists in the industry. It's so good. Much like when I was talking about Kurt, it's expensive. We need to give this boy some money. But it's good. I love that you cleaned this up. It looks great.
Yeah, thank you. I took your advice to heart. Definitely about putting some of the like splashier pages up in the forefront. And yeah, like you said, it's a Stan Yak book, and I think that this book is like so perfectly suited for him. Like our kind of like sense of humor and sensibilities kind of synced up. The kind of personal storytelling that I do, Stan does really well. That kind of expressive, character looks of characters and everything. And I just think it's an exciting book that like I really want. I really look forward to sharing, with you guys, and I really hope a lot of you guys get it on the ground floor because, as I mentioned before, we have books 3, 4, 5, and 6 drawn and ready to go. So once 1 and 2 are fulfilled, we're going to go right into a campaign for 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6. So the goal is to get this story to you as quickly as possible, so then we can talk about it the way that Travis and I have, because I'm really excited to share with you and get like feedback, from how people feel about it.
Yeah, no, it's a really good book. And as someone who's met both Garth Ennis and Frank Miller, and who else? We talking Garth Ennis, we're talking Frank Miller, we're talking Mike Carey a little bit. I've met all these guys. Fred is far nicer than all those guys, and definitely nicer than Brian Ozario. I love that guy. I'm like a super fanboy, but he's never nice to me, and it makes me sad. I'm so nice. The other guys at least pretend. Brian Ozario doesn't pretend. He's like, I know. He's like, look, I know 100 bullets is good. It's basically what he's saying. And I fucking know. I wrote it. Get the fuck away from me. And I was like, you're right. All right. We're going to try to get you 385. We're going to try to get you 55 backers. Let's keep pushing this train. Like I said, I can't speak highly enough about this book. It is one of my favorites. In fact, I'll tell you what, if you back it, if you're the next couple of backers, write down this name. I will buy your copy off you at the Kickstarter price if you don't like it. So I can have more copies to share with my wife.
That's awesome. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Next up, who do I got next? We got Anthony. I can't go Castro. Castro feels
me?
like, if I say Castro, I feel like I'm going to get arrested.
Dice the book written by a dictator.
I'm still scared. All right, I'm still scared of Castro. I don't think he's charging. I don't know what's going on. I know we can have Cuban cigars now, but like, it's still kind of like.
My uncle's gone. You guys don't have to worry anymore.
I don't feel safe when I go to Miami. I go to Miami periodically. I don't feel safe. I've watched Scarface way too many times to feel safe.
I'm not Cuban. I'm Puerto Rican, so you're safe.
Okay. All right.
So he says.
That's what Castro would say.
All right, so we got Bad Rabbit number 4 here. All right.
Bad Rabbit. So, Bad Rabbit takes place in a post-apocalyptic dystopian world where humans have all but destroyed the planet with nuclear waste, atomic bombs, and etc., etc. The animals have evolved into anthropomorphic creatures, and they did at some point live side by side with humans. So they kind of attained those traits, but there's the Pangolin Empire, which kind of like hoards resources in a dying planet, right? So they kind of just keep control over. Think Empire from Star Wars. They're very in control, and they want to make sure everybody falls in line. Well, a messed up world needs kind of a messed up hero, and we get Bad Wabbit because he does not want to be the hero. He is the most reluctant hero you could ever possibly imagine. But fate, unfortunately, picks him and puts him in that role. And he does what is right only because nobody else will. And he's one of those kind of guys, man. He's a very good character. It's very emotionally driven. It's very character driven. We have Toxic Pig, who's like the Samwise Gamgee of the group. And yeah, that's one of the characters I created. I do the concept art, and I give it to Tommy Guns, who is an extraordinary animator by trade, and he came down to do these things with me, and he puts action to every panel. It's basically like a TV series in comic form. It's extraordinary. I'm not saying that because I created it. I'm saying because it really is. It's really fun to read. And each issue goes into the next. I'm planning about 21 issues, and I'm thinking about every 5 we're gonna do a hardcover.
Yes,
so
thank you.
So yes, that's who I'm doing it for. It was you, man. Totally, 100%.
You specifically, one copy. You
exactly.
Me and Anthony had a discussion about. I was like, man, this 20 issues is great, but you probably do want to break it up something that way people can find digestible sections as you go along. So I'm glad that you're going to do that, man. I'm glad that.
No, exactly. And, we're finding the good stopping points, and we're going to put them in hardcover. And like I said, it's a series. It's an ongoing series and with a definitive end. But I think by the end, everybody's going to be emotionally attached to every single character in this because we're going to get to see their past, what drove them to be the people they are or the animals they are in this series. So it's definitely emotionally and character driven, and I think that really pulls in a lot of people. We've been ranked #1 bestseller. Book 1 and 2 were bestsellers on Amazon. So it's a really good series, man.
All right. So let me write it down. Where am I writing down here?
Oh, and I just want to give a shout out to my team, Tommy Guns, Chris Philbrook. If you guys don't know who Chris Philbrook is, he's an amazing author. He was actually my favorite author before I ever even started this stuff. And just by happenstance, we became friends, and he decided to edit it for me. So he's definitely go check out Adrian's Undead Diary by Chris Philbrook. It's on Amazon. You will not be disappointed, I promise.
Is that the book that he's reading in this thing? In this profile pic? Where is it? Is that what he's reading? He's reading his own book?
Yep.
That was a picture from his Kickstarter when he got the first hardcovers. And if it was not for me reading that book, I would have never met him. That Wabbit would have never been. So
it's fun. I remember reading the first issue, and it's got kind of a little bit of it's got like a how to describe it. It's got like you keep expecting it to be like a Rick and Morty, but it's got more of a 90s like cartoon vibe to it, which is kind of unique. So you're like, it's gonna be Rick and Morty, and you're like, it's not Rick and Morty. It's like those kids. It's a little that. So.
Bad Wabbit's a very serious story, but we throw a little humor in there. But it's about a rabbit who's got a very traumatic past, and we get to see parts of that throughout the story. And it's if you like Die Hard, Indiana Jones, all the 80s action movies and stuff, I put a lot of that stuff in there because I grew up on that stuff, and I like that kind of action. So I definitely like book 2 is a big chase and escape kind of thing, Indiana Jones-esque. So it's fun, man. It's a fun series.
All right. So I have you at 1,533 with 34 backers. We're going to try to get you 35 backers, 1,545.
Awesome.
See if we can get that number rolling. The links are in the comments. Remember to back them so I don't have to yell at you later. It saves me a lot of time. Everybody's happy. And what's interesting is right in kind of kismet, again, we have a book about a different animal. And that is a wonderful teddy bear. Tell us about this teddy bear, James.
The teddy bear in the book's name is Patches. The book itself is about the girl that he's guarding. Her name is Faye. Faye unfortunately lost her father to cancer. And all of those emotions, all that fear, all that regret is attracting nightmares to basically come into her world. And Patches is the only thing that's stopping them from getting to her. And one day, something nasty enough manages to get through and drag Patches back into the dream world. And Faye has to decide if she's going to stay in the comfort of the real world or if she's going to risk it all and go in and basically save the last person she has left.
Nice. And James, if you don't know, has been writing comics for a long time. I think. How many issues of Damage Inc. do you have?
Damage Inc. is up to 6 issues, and I'm in like a bunch of different anthologies, and then I had another series called Inheritance that was going on at the same time I was doing Damage Inc. for a couple of years.
Nice. So there's a lot of really cool stuff in here. Does your sister have anything to do with this?
My sister is my co-writer. She does a lot of work to help me make sure that the dialogue is fitting, and she comes up with some of the scenarios for the monsters. And we write it together. She's also, if you scroll down right there, that's actually a poem that she wrote for the book that is a part of one of the rewards. She is a poet. I do the illustration for her books. She's had a couple of books that we've published, taken to cons and sold out, and done a few things with. She does like live poetry readings and things like that.
Yeah, your sister's really cool. I like her way better than you, to be honest.
I get that a lot. People are always so nice to her at cons, and they're always so mean.
I am nice to her. Yeah, I wish she would come instead of you, to be honest. But that's neither here nor there. James.
She keeps asking me to let her go to these, and I keep telling her no.
I think she's mad at me because it's either her or Matt who's always in my inbox going, so Cthulhu, I don't see it in my inbox. Like, did it get missing? Like, I know you sent some stuff out, so like it's probably like in my inbox somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. She likes the Cthulhu stuff that we do. She helps write those stories as well that I illustrate. Sometimes I've done a lot of those, but I like working with Kira a lot. It's not just because she's my sister. She has a really firm grasp of rhythm, which is really necessary for a comic. And a lot of times writers will get caught up in a scene or something they want to get across, but not really comprehend where the page turns are. And poetry kind of, with the way it moves and the way it's supposed to move verbally, is a lot more like doing a comic book. So she understands like the pacing and the way that stuff moves, and it's a lot of fun to work with her.
I just sent out Bad Rabbit again. So if you guys haven't backed, I just sent it out again, even though I'm supposed to send out Nod. So you got another chance. I just sent it out again. So if you missed it, the first link, it's now out again. Now I will send out your link. So we have you at 1,792. I really want to get you to 50 tonight. So let's see if we can do that.
That would be awesome. This weekend we had quite a bit of support show up.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's that middle part, that dead zone. It hasn't it's lulled, here and there, but it hasn't died. Every couple of days, somebody shows up and puts some effort in to back it, which I really appreciate. And I'd love to get up to 50. That'd be great.
Yeah, we definitely need to make that happen. We need to do what we need to do to make all these things happen and be a thing.
You got to do it for the teddy bear, man.
Do it for the teddy bear. Do it for the children. This teddy bear does not come to life if you don't know, and your Teddy Ruxpin talked to you for nothing.
I used to put Kiss tapes in my Teddy Ruxpin. That was fun.
Yeah, wasn't it
That
weird?
literally sounds like David Lucarelli right there. David, where you at? That is David Lucarelli's jam right there.
That is, I'd say it's like a
He's-
religion, but I take it more seriously than that. Yeah.
Teddy Ruxpin?
No, Kiss.
Yes.
But I know the reference. It's Mother Goose and Grimm, right? That was the comic strip in which they put the Kiss tapes into, Teddy Ruxpin.
Me and David Lucarelli go back, man. David was there. So David is not new to this. David's not new to this game. I know David pretty well.
Well, and Kiss, if you're a Kiss fan, I just heard this random thing that you can now pay. I think it's $12K, and you can be his roadie. So
Yeah.
$12K to be his roadie. So
Pay to
if
be
you
a
want to
roadie.
pay $12K to hang out with Gene, you're more than welcome to do. That man knows how to make money. He will make money on anything.
He does, but the thing is, it's more of a matter of he put a story like that out there to the press, and then everybody knows he's on tour, right? Because it's like clickbait.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
and someone pointed out that you're not real if you're paying that kind of money, you're not really going to be a roadie. Like,
No, it's like high price
Yeah.
meet and greet. You hang out, you get a free base.
you hang it out. I think he gives you a guitar. That was on the thing.
Yeah, that was one
Get
of
a
the
t-shirt.
things.
He'll probably whatever radio show he goes to, you probably get to sit in the back.
Back there going.
Well, he just sold. Do you know what he sold this catalog for? I know Kiss just sold the catalog. I don't know what it was for. How much I sold it for, though.
Well, it's a little bit of a gray area. They didn't really sell the catalog as much as they sold the likeness rights and intellectual property, and then some of the more recent catalog. But it sold for like $300 million. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Wow.
Jeez.
Wow. We should all be so lucky.
Yeah.
It got real quiet.
I will sell my catalog for just $1 million. Just whole thing.
Damn, man, you're cheap.
300 million, and you still have to pay 12,000 to be a roadie. Like, I feel like that experience should be much cheaper.
I watched an interview with him once where he was explaining it's called show business. We weren't in the thing to just make music. You have to make money, and if you don't think about it, you're going to end up one of those bands with half of your people dying in a toilet from an overdose. It was shocking to hear him talk so literal about something that I thought was an art form. I'd never thought about it that way before. But it was interesting to find out this metal god dude literally just looks at it as his 9 to 5.
Oh yeah.
But what we'll find, but one of the things you factor in too when you're talking about specifically Kiss, his blood is in a comic, so we can resurrect him at any time. We can take all the Kiss comics and Jurassic Park that shit, and we can have we can make one because they all did their blood in it, so it's good. It's gonna be great. So it's good.
Make a literal Kiss army.
Make a literal Kiss army. That's a movie that needs to be made.
I would watch that.
I remember watching the original movie they made. It was so crazy being this little kid watching all of that. Kiss is crazy.
Kiss meets the Phantom of the Park. Yeah.
Yeah.
The other thing, if I'm not mistaken, so Detroit Rock City had Eddie Furlong, right?
Yeah.
Did.
It's the only other good Eddie Furlong movie besides Terminator. He did a lot in between, and I watched all of them because I wanted to be a fan of him. But it
You didn't like Crow?
I like Scanner. I like that one. But
I didn't even know he did a Crow until I was looking it up. And I was like,
he did.
what?
But the worst one, Angel did a Crow as well. David Borealis, is that his name?
Boreanaz.
Borealis. He did one, and that actually has a good plot to it. Just not any effects of value.
It's not
And
random.
again, while we're in the subject, just in case you're not aware, Morbius is the fourth Blade movie. If you watch all 3 Blade movies and then Morbius, it'll be a better experience. I promise. Just assuming that came out in the 90s. All right, Sean,
Yep.
you're just killing it over here. Like, what is
It's been
happening?
crazy. I'm loving it. Yeah.
Just rolling in the cash. How does it feel to roll in so much cash?
Oh, it's nice.
Holy shit,
What I've been
Look at
waiting
it.
for.
That's a ton of backers, dude.
bro!
Yeah,
Good job.
my last campaign was my biggest, and that was 119 backers. And I still have, I think, 21 hours. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's been awesome.
Dude.
But yeah, so this is robots versus zombies. The idea comes from the fear of my daughter growing up in this crazy world, and how, as a father, I want to protect her. So me and my son are kind of like the protector robot. It's his quirky attitude with my protection, saving the last girl, which just happens to be my daughter, and her stuffed bunny that she sleeps with at night. And the story starts out after this war with zombies has gone amok. Zombies have gone crazy with this infection. Mother Nature is fighting back. Scientists trying to make the last part of the food that's left in the world like bio-enhanced. And with these zombies, they're taking over all the humans. Humans are losing, so they build these robots to fight the war in their place. Eventually, all the humans die off. These robots that were meant to save humans have no purpose, so they're just wasting away, and the zombies are just running around. And this starts with the robot Recon, and he is explaining this, and then he hears a girl scream. So all of a sudden, he has a purpose again, and he runs into action to save this girl. Try to find out about her. There's a lot of quirky, awkward robot humor in it, and then there's a lot of heartfelt emotion with this robot and this girl building this relationship by the end.
Nice. Well, I'm super proud of you.
Thank you.
Listening to me again pays off. So if you just listen to me, everything works out fine. I am a little disappointed in you, Sean, though.
Why is that?
You're 2 backers away from 100. We need to get you to 100 backs. You're so close.
Oh yeah, I know. Well,
Man,
I've already
folks,
done like, I think there's 8 of those was this year. So yeah, Matt was the last one, was number 98.
98. Okay, we need to get you the 100. But I want 100 to be special. Like, make sure it's special.
Right.
Preferably mine. But
I always remember I was your 98th, man. That's beginning of very special.
I always remember. I graduated in 98, so I'll always remember as well.
Nice.
That's how old I am, and I'm dying. Anyways, you are at Recon is at 4717 at 175 backers. 21 hours to go. We are at the end game now, as they would say.
Yep.
We have one more campaign, and then we're going to talk some bullshit. We're going to be yelling at people. I feel it. I feel it's a yelling night. I can feel it in my heart. But maybe I'm wrong. But we got one more, and that's mine.
Ooh.
I am online. That's why we're doing this. Let's see what we can get. It's taking forever to load. Talk amongst yourself. How's our country falling apart? How's that going? Talk about that.
John Cena turned heel.
If that's not a reflection of our country,
Right.
that's where we're at.
It's that McMahon connection, I'm telling you.
Hey, so let's be real. Let's be real about the John Cena thing, dude. So how many people in here actually watched that live when it happened?
Oh,
Okay,
I didn't watch it
so
live.
when it happened, was that not like one of the biggest swerves? Like there's other stuff you saw coming. I didn't see that coming until right at the very last minute. I'm like, man, they really did this right.
it absolutely. I agree 100% because I kind of thought like, there was like a chance that could happen. It kind of reminded me of like watching Batman Begins when like they did the casting and I'm like, well, he's got to be Ra's al Ghul, right? And then he wasn't, and then he really was, and they got me to forget that possibility. John Cena, like I thought it was a possibility going in, and the way it all played out, and like his like jubilation and the way they shook hands, like I forgot that was even a possibility. And then when I yelled at my TV when it happened. I was like, no! Like it was big. It was a big shock to me. Probably one of the biggest ones I've had in wrestling in the last 10 years.
Well, you know what though? It was the right thing to do because him having his last face run was not working. It was like The Rock when he was Rocky Maivia getting pushed down everybody's throat, and until The Rock went into the Nation of Domination and became the heel that just didn't give a crap, that was what really shot him into the freaking stratosphere. And not that Cena needs to be in the stratosphere, but he needs to make this last run actually mean something. And I think that was the only way for it to actually, become something that people are going to be engaged in, and not just, making fun of him.
And I think he foreshadowed it well because he was talking about how, like, the elephant in the room was like how he hadn't won a match in forever and all this stuff. Like, he kind of needs to go a heel route because he has been kind of hasn't been taken seriously in a long time. But yeah, it's great. I love it.
Man, I haven't seen wrestling in so long. The last, face that I saw turn heel was Hulk Hogan when he joined the NWO.
So think about when Hulk Hogan joined the NWO, how much of a swerve that was. The way that they pulled off the John Cena one, a lot of people, including myself, have said that it felt like the Hogan NWO turn. Like that was how well crafted it was.
I'd make that comparison for sure. I think it's one of the 2 or 3 best heel turns ever. Yeah. The other one I throw up in there a lot, because from when I was a kid, would be the I still love the barbershop window. Like that was right on.
Did I say how much money we're going to raise you? So Sean's at 4,717 with 175 backers. You're going to get 176 backers. And 727. And by the way, isn't 775? You got to update that campaign. Don't you got a free book to give people?
Oh yeah, that must have just happened a little while ago. Yeah,
and you want to do that quick because if you forget to do it, it's stuck there that way forever, which is super annoying.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't know if you've ever had that happen, but all right, guys, quiet down just a little. Hey, Nate, just a little bit.
So I got a question for everybody.
I got to bring my campaign up.
Just hold up. Does Sean not have like the silky smoothest voice when he's on? He's like, yeah, my campaign's doing good. I want to see Travis's campaign now. And
That's
it's like almost, it's like the opposite, the complete yin and yang of Travis. He's like, Travis is like, I'm going to yell at you. I'm going to get pissed off because that works. But then Sean's like, listen, I need you to back Travis's campaign too. It's good.
Sean's throwing me a bone. It's all turned around. The world is upside down.
It's that heel face dynamic,
like,
man.
He met me at a con. He's like, hey man, like I need some advice. Can you help me? Like I took him under my wing. I mentored him. I rose him up to what he is now. Told him he was only going to do his one series, but I was like, no, Sean,
that's true.
No, you need another series. And he's like, I don't have any money. I was like, sucks to suck, bro.
Travis has the demeanor of that one guy that goes, sell.
Sean has the demeanor of like an ASMR video. Like I can feel my blood pressure go down when he talks. Like it's very like.
But it goes out in a good way.
I'm telling you, if you take me,
I'm like Travis.
Diarrhea.
Yeah, it's not like Kyle Robinson Energy Vampire calm. It's just like smooth and believable, and I need to follow this guy.
It could be like a hostage negotiator, like get them to like, yeah.
I miss my calling. That's true.
Just don't go starting a cult now because people would follow you.
He doesn't need to start a cult. He needs an afro and a place where he can do paintings and just calm everybody down and just do his comics right then and there.
The Bob Ross of the comics scene.
All right. Let's talk about my thing. All right. I am right here. I'm going to write it down right now. We're at 222, which is a great number all lined up. We're at 4,507. This is Upheaval. This is my first rodeo into superhero funness. So we just unlocked our first stretch goal, which is commentary by me and the artist Brian Wolf. We're trying to unlock this cool magnet at 4,600. Look, it fits right there. Magnets, how do they work? Support indie art. That is an ICP reference, which I don't like. We got Upheaval. Upheaval is a cool superhero. What she does is she has drone powers. She controls several drones and she fights crime. Her father died, as all superhero parents die, because that's just mandatory when you're writing superhero. They can't have parents. It's against the rules. And then she's trying to figure out who killed them, and she fights and she does cool things. But it's really the heart of the story is about that point in your life when you're 18 and trying to figure out everything. You leave your parents. You're trying to figure out your life and what that's like. This was written because when my daughter left at 18, like I kind of felt that in my heart. I just wrote a big blog post about it. I kind of felt it really strongly. And it's about like trying to set up into that world. And I want to tell a superhero comic in that world. I've wanted to tell superheroes for a long time. This is my first foray in it. We get some really cool covers. Look at that. Oh, these cool covers. Got some bad guys right there. The Twilight Shadow. So lots of cool stuff. So if you like superheroes, we do not have any nude risque because I have children, and I'm not going to do that for this book. I'd sell better though. But yeah, that's it. I even have a video. I'm not going to play it because it's boring, but I did one for once. Questions, concerns, blasphemies?
What made you decide that you wanted to put this book in Orlando just because it was local? And what is the significance of Orlando in this book? Do you see like any specific Orlando scenery or anything like that?
I think you know the answer, and I like that. You're giving me good baited questions. Heard me talk. I like that you're paying attention, Matt. Yeah, it's set in Orlando. One of the things that most people come back to me when they talk about my writing is I talk about feeling like they know the area. So people who've read Granite State Punk, they feel like they know Granite State Punk. In fact, I've had people take pictures of what they've seen in the comic book when they visited. They visited Rochester, New Hampshire. They added it to their tour because I talked about it so much. Same thing with Broke Down to Fort Ed Bought. It's Canyon City. They really talked about it. So Orlando's where I'm from. Where I've been, not from, but where I've been for the last 22 years. So I wanted to really expand that, show that. But the catalyst for superheroes in this book is the Pulse shooting. So the Pulse shooting that happened here in Florida, it's a big catalyst. I don't push it a lot. We are going to have some LGBT characters in the future. Because I'm not an LGBT character, I don't want to ever be accused of trying to sell, like doing it to hit an audience. So I'll never make a big deal about it. It is going to be part of the universe. It's going to be part of the stuff that we're doing. But I really wanted to talk about that. The Pulse shooting really affected me and the community. It's really upsetting that it is now 2025. It happened in 2016. We have no memorial for these people who passed away tragically, who got shot. Like it's very upsetting that the city has fight these things because of politics, because of all these things, for all sorts of reasons. So I wanted to write a story about that. I wanted to write about the Space Coast. I wanted to write about how all of us, even if you're younger than me, grew up thinking Disney was this beautiful, magical place. And then as you've gotten older, you hear all the horror stories of what Disney is, right? What it's bought and what it does. And how do you juxtapose all these things of what you thought about Disney and what it really is, or what it isn't, or what people say it is and what it isn't, or is Ron DeSantis mad at it this week or not? Like all these things you got to figure out on a weekly basis. So I really wanted to write about that and talk about it because I think we have some unique stuff in Florida that kind of talks about that. So it's set in the Orlando area, but it'll go down to my area, which is Melbourne, because we got the Space Center here and all sorts of stuff. Thank you, Matt, for asking that question.
Hey, no problem, man.
So, dude, it's a superhero book. Why'd you go with drones? That's
I love drones, and I think that they're like super important in our future. You look at they want to replace all the fireworks shows with drone shows. Obviously, we just heard a kid, so that's going to be a few years off now. We just heard one really bad during the 4th of July. You're not aware. I think they're the future. I think they can do a lot of stuff. I've always wanted to play with that. Nobody's really using drones That was until I read Absolute Flash this week. And the new Boomerang uses drones. But prior to that, no one used drones in comics. I also, one of the things that I realized that we have tech comics, right? We have Iron Mans, right? We have cyborgs, these high-level tech people. We don't have the kind of low-level tech people who have kind of a couple of skills. And that's what she's going to be, that mid-grade tech level. She doesn't have it all figured out. She's got, a couple of tricks. And they're not going to be easily to repair. She is smart, but she's not a super genius. But yeah, all that stuff. But thanks. So that's it. We have talked about everything. I'm at 4,507 with more backers than Sean.
As you should.
222. We're going to try to give me 223 and still edge that gap from Sean because he's still in catch-up distance. I have 23 hours, so I've got 2 more hours than Sean. So I got to beat his number, so he can't become the master.
Travis is going to be getting a whole bunch of $1 campaigns for everybody in that girl's house.
I will unpledge with Sean so fast to make sure. Think I'm not above making a rumor about Sean all of a sudden.
Oh Lord.
So we're at 4,000. I'm going to try to get to 4,527 with 223 backers. I'm going to try to get 1 back. So done our thing. I've shared it out to all the places. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go through stuff. Guys, it's been almost 2 hours. Not quite. It'll probably be when we go through it. If after we go over your campaign, you've hit your number and I marked you off, you're more than welcome to go. For anybody who didn't hit that, we're going to be fighting for them tonight. We're going to stay up as long as it takes to get them that. Not all night for you, Aaron, to make sure you're funded, but we're going to stay up. Make sure you get your backers. My audience until I get it. I'm going to beg, plead, borrow, steal. I'll go to my Discord. I'll go everywhere we can. Yeah, so I got to ask, what is that behind you? What is that head? I feel like it's okay.
This toxic pig, man.
Okay. It's really freaking. It reminds me of like the Ghostbusters. What is the Ghostbusters monsters that are grabbing people? Like when you see just the head, it's like the little statue like gargoyle monsters.
Zool.
That's it.
Who's the big guy?
Gozer, right?
No, it's the
this is
Keymaster
Toxic Pig.
and
That's Bad
yeah.
Rabbit's
Wait, Gozer.
Sam Wise, man.
One of those.
I don't know. Whatever they have names.
I got a few
So
of the
we're-
plushies made for a Kickstarter, but they never went anywhere. So we just kept them, and now we have them all over the house.
Yeah, take that, Carissa, if you're watching. Damn, I wish Carissa was in any groups now. She just quit all the groups. Carissa, if you're watching this, take that. I apologize for your misfortune. Plus, she's
I'll send her the link to this later.
Hellhounds? Yeah, they're hellhounds, but I don't know if they have a name per se. Yeah.
they had a name. It was. I watched
His name is
Ghostbusters
Robert
every 2 weeks
Paulson.
of my kid. And I can't remember.
All right. So again, we're gonna go over all the campaigns. We're gonna get you money. We're gonna let you pitch again. We're gonna try to sell you some more stuff. So Aaron, you are first. You have let me down in times past.
Wasn't my fault.
Yes, it has been.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it has been. You have let me down. You have disappointed me, and our families. Really, let's be honest.
Who needs
I don't
therapy? Just go to Travis.
I want to say I don't trust your British accent, but unfortunately, since January 25th, that is actually has repercussions, and I don't want to do that. You're in Canada, right? I've said this before. You're not in Canada, but I think
Aaron is in Kentucky, man. I know that. Come on, right?
Kurt, where are you from?
I live in the Chicago suburbs. Chicago.
I always think Canada. I don't know why.
No, I'm from Wisconsin originally.
Okay, all right. Well, that has nothing to do with
you
anything.
just one lake away from Canada.
Yeah, it's close enough.
I
Zool.
think I'm
Yeah.
probably the closest to Canada
But-
out of everybody.
Is the animal's name Zool?
I thought Zool was the
Zool
girl,
was the dog.
woman.
Yes, Zul was the gatekeeper.
The chick.
Gatekeeper and the keymaster,
That's
right?
Right. Lorthos.
Orthos was
Whatever.
Someone
Very
Google it.
important.
Yeah, somebody
Important
wiki
to
that
know.
crap.
Aaron,
Yes.
you have again let me down in the past, but tonight I believe in you. You were at 2,085 with 83 backers. We tried to promise you one backer to get you 84 to 2,100. Let's see what has happened since we last spoke. Dude, you're killing it tonight. Look at that.
Aha! In your face.
Don't get cocky, kid.
Get all
Disappoint
cocky,
you.
celebrate, and all of a sudden it starts going down.
You still got a lot to go there, my friend, to get us to
I
where
do.
we-
Thank you very much. Thank you, Travis. Thank you, backers.
Thank you, backers. So go ahead and pitch it again so we can share it out. See if we can get you some more backers because, as we know, making comics is expensive. So let's
It is.
share this out. See what we can do. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is Amor Patris. Is a supernatural horror. If you like The Exorcist, The Nun, The Conjuring, this is definitely up your alley. It follows a local sheriff who answers a local disturbance, and it's anything but routine. There's death, blood, madness, and during his investigation, he unearths the truth that exorcisms are real. So there's a lot. Hernan Gonzalez is doing the internals. He is amazing. His artwork is phenomenal. He does great things with shadows, black and white. So yeah, it's kicks ass. Scares the hell out of you, hopefully.
So I don't want to spoil something for you, Aaron, because I assume you do your research, but exorcisms are real. They do say they do them. They don't deny them.
But do they? There's always that little kind of, is it, isn't it, do they? But in this, they do.
See,
and not all of them are
This
successful.
is because you're not from America. We just believe whatever the Catholics say to us because they control.
That's your problem right there.
They're not as relevant as they were when I was a kid, but back in the day, they controlled everything. I blame Dogma. Dogma really put them in their place.
Great movie.
All right, so we're gonna mark you off this list.
Woohoo!
Aaron, you sticking around? You taking off?
I'll stick around and see how the others are doing. I'm kind of interested.
All right, cool. You're invested.
I'm invested. I want to see how they're doing.
So, Roxy Vampire is live. She has been being sexy with all these very expensive covers.
Like a whore.
When we last left her, she was at 5,589 with 143 backers. Let's see if she has brought in some money. If the Chicago 20s has brought any good luck. I can't even think of 1920 slang, but I'm sure I could say it. Oh, we got a couple of backers here.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, look at that.
Listen here,
That's
Kappa.
the bee's knees.
We need some backers.
We need some backers. See, you are at what would that be? 60% of your goal?
57.
57. So you want to tell us what's going on here?
Yeah, it's the granddaughter of Dracula waking up in Prohibition era Chicago. She gets into trouble. She wants a drink. She wants to gamble. She's got a crazed sister who's a necromancer who's after her and her brother. So it's fun. It's a lot of action, a bit bloody. There's vampires, so yeah, there's going to be some blood. It's sexy and fun. So vampires, demons, and a small crossover with my Spectrus and Sabanian title.
Is it sexy inside too?
Yes,
Okay.
a little bit.
Okay.
Well,
tasteful nude.
yeah, this one gets there's a comedic threesome in it.
Right.
So
I think we see some stuff here that's going on. That's not.
That's a speakeasy. Yeah, yeah. It's just who knows what's going on inside the speakeasy. But
It's
those are
you gotta hide the beer somewhere, so that's where it's hidden.
yeah, it's a little racy on the inside too. Yeah.
Kurt, is the one other question I have for you? Is this a new logo here?
I've had it for about a year or two, but yeah, I needed to update it. I real happy with it.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah, there's this woman. Her name was Terumi. What was her last name? I should give her a plug. It bugs me. I'll get you next time. I'll get her next time. But yeah, she did a great job with a new logo for me. Her first name's Terumi. I can't remember her last name.
I would think we could probably just look that up because that doesn't sound like a very common name in the comic industry.
Yeah, I met her at a show, and she's really cool. I'll get it to you. I'll get it next time. Oh, wait a minute.
And then also, Kurt, you were at 349, so you got to back somebody too. We got to get you to 350. You're right there.
I'll allow you. I'll take one for the team. I'll allow you to back my campaign just so you can get to that level. And I mean that way I'd be doing you a public service, man. So appreciate
it. You are a hero, a scholar. You're better than most people.
We need it, believe me.
All right, we've got Kurt, you sticking around? You taking off?
I gotta hit it. I gotta get an ad done here.
No problem.
But here it is, TerumiTashima.com.
Okay. TerumiTashima. Just send that link in the private chat.
Yeah.
We'll add that to the list. So things to look at. Well, thank you for hanging out with us tonight, Kurt. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me, and you guys all. Good luck. Good luck, man. Thank you all.
All right.
Good night, dude.
Next up, I got David. Is again not a zombie book. I am the only white man making zombies. But we've got, and we're gonna watch this video, right?
Yeah, we're gonna watch the video.
We're gonna watch a video this time too. Let's see. So, all right. So you were at 964, 29 backers. You are now at 1,024. So you've raised up a little bit, which is cool.
Awesome.
Oh, you got Ryland Grant back there. That's a good back.
Yeah.
Ryland's a great guy. So you're getting some good people there. So if you need people who say quality, Ryland Grant's one of those guys. So go ahead and tell us one more time about this.
Yeah, so Dr. Zomba's Ghostly Tales is a horror anthology in the best tradition of the Twilight Zone, EC Comics, with a modern twist. And really, I think the best thing we can do is just show them the video because that really captures the vibe.
This video up top here?
Yeah.
Abacab Studios presents from David Lucarelli, the creator of Tinseltown and the Children's Vampire Hunting Brigade. A classic horror anthology with a modern edge. Dr. Zomba's Ghostly Tales.
Join me, Dr. Zomba, your ghost master host. The lovely Serena. Our trusty, if disgusting, companion, Earcore. And Count Dracula himself. For terrifying tales from the past.
That's cool.
The present. And an uncertain future.
In the tradition of EC Comics and the Twilight Zone.
Remember, kiddies, everyone who buys this comic will die.
So that's that.
Well,
That's great.
wait, you guys saw it, right? It was displayed. It was visual.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, because I'm like, it's gone, and I just see you people. All right. Well, first off, I want to apologize to anybody who watches this. I was not aware when I was pitching it earlier that you will die. That was not something I was aware of, and
But is
I
that a
apologize.
promise?
What's that?
I said, is that a promise?
It says that's what he said. I mean, why would he lie?
Well, to be fair, everybody that doesn't buy the comic dies too.
That's fair.
He's got you one way or the other.
Yeah. He didn't put any time frame on this thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just like eventually, at some point, it wasn't like immediately as soon as it touches your hands.
Yeah,
it turns to dust.
it's true life. Yeah.
But so we're gonna share this out. Try to get you new bag. You just launched today.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Doing pretty good. Good start so far. Oh, I already did share it. Look at that. No? Yeah. No, I didn't. I saw a vampire. There's vampires in both of them, so.
Ah.
Share it. Are you sticking around or are you taking off, David?
You know, I got to go make my family some dinner.
I hear you. I hear you. No problem. Well,
But,
have a good night. Thank you for hanging out.
Thank you for having me, and thank you for everybody that's backed. And great to see and meet you guys. Best of luck to all of you.
All right.
Thanks, David.
Seeing you a good man.
Take care.
And then Sean covers the boobs.
I bet.
This is the one I'm most scared of. Is Matt's.
I don't know. The
You
other
better
one
be
said you were
scared.
gonna die, dude.
Dude, you better be scared. You got Slothzilla up in here. You got Darth Bluebeard. I mean, you should be in fear, man.
Right. And shenanigans, like you got to be scared of shenanigans.
That's right. That is exactly right.
So we left you at 1,053 with 35 backers. Let's see where you're at. All right. So we are at 1,078 with 36 backers. Now, here's the thing. This top part, see where it says I'm a backer? That's new. So really none of you backed. Like I'm not going to call you. I may mark you off my list, but we got to talk. Hold on.
Well, listen. David just said if we backed his campaign, you would die. In this one, the video said literally there's a call to action. If you're a human person that enjoys fun, laughter, and humor, I feel like everybody here does. But now, what do you think, Travis?
Well,
or if you're somebody who wants to be angry.
I mean, no one wants to be angry. Well, that's probably not true.
Hey, some people inside are emo. That's just how they are.
Just how they are. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't know. Hold on. I'm going to get big for a second. I just sent the link out. And I'm going to talk about it. All right, motherfuckers. Here's the thing. I'm going to go through my stack here. I got a big stack here. And hopefully what I need is in this stack, okay? We got Cones of Judas. We got Holiday Spirits. We've got Voodoo Nations. That's a cool one. Look, it's got that. We've got CPS. I've got a bunch of books here. Where is it? I got some more Coins of Judas. I got the Advocator. Remember that shenanigans? I think Matt's the only one who remembers that.
Oh, I absolutely do.
We got some Grand State Punk. We got some The Initiative. I got some sexy books from Dearly Departed. I've got all of these books. I've got Broke Down. I've got Holiday Spirits. I've got, I know you're not seeing them. I've got Fred probably like to see this. Look at this. I got a Ric Flair comic.
I do. That's awesome.
Woo! Woo! I made that book happen. Not the actual book, but the Ric Flair part, that particular comic. But I got all these books here. See all these books? And they're from backers, and they're from, see, here's more back stuff. Got Only Posers Fall in Love, a great comic book that I wrote. We got everyone's favorite subject matter. Hold on. Pink Power. That's not the favorite subject matter. We got A3. We got, what else do I got here? Here's the favorite subject matter. Don't you like to talk about this, Matt? Everybody likes to talk about this.
That's okay. See, Travis is trying to find a way to get himself angry. If he's got dog days over there, he's like trying to evoke that those things in there. Yeah.
No, I'm getting to my point here. I got Bullheads. I got Monster Matador. He even drew a sketch. Look, he always draws a sketch if you back his stuff. It's really cool. Anyways, I got Cthulhu's. I got a Ninja Turtles blank cover. If you want me to do a sketch for you, I'll do that for $20. But you know what I don't have? You know what I don't have in that stack? A kid's book. You know why? Because nobody backs them. And it's sad because kids are what's going to bring this next generation to comics. They are reading them. They're reading the Dogman. They're reading the stuff like that. And both Matt and Steph both have kids. They know what it takes to make a good kid. They know what's in their stuff. They know how important this is. So this is one of those campaigns where, you know, we always talk about, oh, even a dollar matters. A dollar does matter, because what happens with a dollar back on any campaign, it'll show to your backers and to people that you've backed that you backed it. That's part of the Kickstarter algorithm. So if you can remember when I just pointed out Ryland Grant was back that other book. That's actually a good back because Ryland Grant backs a lot of books and people trust his opinion on books. So I really encourage you, if you have a dollar, to give it to that. I understand you may not want a kid's book in your collection. As you see, I have a stack there. I get it. I understand. But even a dollar will help get that word out for the people who will buy this book, because it's going to be an uphill sludge. So that's it. I didn't yell. I'm going to give them a pass, Matt. But you're going to pitch the book, and we're going to see those numbers go up as we're pitching, is what we're going to happen.
All right, so listen, Misfits Clubhouse, all the shenanigans so far. The main thing we want you
it's already gone up.
The main thing we want you guys to remember about this is just because something is family friendly or all ages, if you're flipping through the channels and Toy Story comes on, you right now are probably going to stop and watch it. Yeah. If you have something like that happen, that's the way we designed Misfits Clubhouse. We say it's for the young and the young at heart. It's something that is appropriate for someone who's younger, but it's something that is going to be entertaining for somebody who's a full-grown adult like us. I mean, for heck's sake, we all are adults on here that are making comics. And if that doesn't say that we like having fun, I don't know what does. There are stories in here like Pinball Madness. The kids get trapped in a pinball machine and have to play their way out. Glitch in the Matrix, you see characters like Slothzilla, Darth Bluebeard. There's a bunch of other movie references that pop up in there. We were just talking the other day about what's a movie in pop culture that is a good reference for this, and that's Goonies. When Goonies comes on, you're going to stop and you're going to watch it. Now, there's not going to be the bank robbers and crap like that are in the Goonies, but that's a movie that is family friendly, but it's something that every adult can sit down and watch and have fun with it. That's how we look at Misfits Clubhouse. We feel we got some great covers. We have an incredible artist in Raheel Mosin that does some of the most ridiculous things you'll ever see art-wise in there. And it's a good, solid book that it's been a long time in coming to finally get this thing out there into the world. And we are really happy that it's finally actually happening.
I can say that I'm totally excited about it, man. I just backed it because, like Travis was saying, the kids are the next generation of people that are going to back these kind of things and make these kind of things. My son, he's 10 years old, and he makes his own comics. He literally will sit there and draw his own comics panel for panel, 10 pages, and he'll come running to me, Dad, look what I made. And it's like, that excites me to know that my son is that excited about what I do, that he wants to follow those footsteps. And I can't wait to get Misfits, man. It's going to be cool.
I appreciate it. Like old Mordrax just so we got socks. The socks this time, our cover C is called Don't Mess With Our Crew. You get to see Fairy and Slothy, our resident sloth that's in the issue, in a whole different light than you see in any other story before. They got their Don't Mess With Our Crew socks, even though they're normal socks, but Don't Mess With Our Crew socks in this campaign. I will tell you this. We are only about $800 away from the minimum funding level. We have got a bunch of other cool things that we have not put out there in this campaign yet. As soon as we get there, we're going to start unveiling them, and we have some fun stuff we want to get to. We have some stuff that's going to be pretty cool, but we got to get there first.
Yeah.
I want this as a coaster. This little Bruce.
You want the Bruce? Do you want a Bruce McToother coaster?
Yeah.
Something we might be able to do.
I want that as a coaster.
I could see that. I could see that. Maybe if we get up there, no, we might have to do that because we've got the Bruce McToother pin, the Bruce McToother socks, the Bruce McToother shirt. We could probably do that.
We got David Bird who has a campaign. David, if you, I know you don't like to do these videos all the time, but if you are more than welcome, you have a campaign live. Do you want to come on? You're more than welcome. I'll always go to bat for you, but I get to mark you off like for real. I could have cheated earlier, but I didn't cheat because Matt deserves us not to cheat.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. And you know what? I will go back to the beginning of this video, and I'm going to take what you said and potentially pull it out and make it a pull quote. You literally said this is the best thing on the internet. Dash Travis Gibb. Boom. Pull quote. Going to make the millions. Let's see if I can get all your backers to come over there. The best thing on the internet. I love it.
I mean, Sean already has 171. By the way, this is the macaroon.
Not bad. Not bad.
It looks like a mini whoopie pie.
It's decent.
This is the cream puff.
Ooh.
So, we'll give a taste test a little bit early. There's no reason to celebrate because some of my friends may not have their backing money yet. So, we'll have to wait to celebrate. And Aaron, it wasn't Aaron this time, for the record. I just got home from leaving the house at 7 a.m. So that's a no, or does that mean you're ready to work day two? Matt, you sticking around? You taking off?
I'll be here for a little bit, man. I've had to go to the bathroom for about 2 hours, but you know what? I'll stay around for a little bit until it's going to become a problem on this live stream, and then I may have to.
What's being in your friends, being in your pants amongst friends? What's everybody's done it.
Live stream the live stream.
Look, Matt, you make a decent comic book, but you're no Pitt, right? You're no Dale Coyote. I know many people have seen him piss himself. If you can't beat, if it's good enough for Dale Owens, Pitt, it's good enough for me. The people who don't know what happened are just like, what happened? Yes. One time he was doing a live stream, got so drunk, passed out, and peed himself live on camera. His girlfriend woke him up and yelled at him and said, "Did you pee yourself?" And he woke up and pee. It was not a good look. Don't recommend it. All right. Fisticuffs. If you remember correctly, we started at 53, but one of you assholes gave him more money, which is unacceptable. Because when here, I'm gonna go big.
He's like,
this motherfucker comes to me and goes, "So you got that magic to get to 100? Like, just he gets to 50 and he's just ready to get to the 100, like, just nonstop. These next 7 days are just going to be tragic because he'll know I'm not busy because I'm not doing my campaign, so I have nothing to do but promote his campaign, and I can't go like my protege Sean is on because he's out 2 hours before me. So I'm living in hell. And did you know John Cena's heel? I just want you to know.
Travis's life is in such an upheaval state because of that.
All right.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
Nothing makes sense.
The world is upside down.
So this upheaval issue too, though, it's gonna be dude. I just saw that Misfits got another backer, 41. Thank you guys. Thank you for supporting, throwing a couple bucks there. We appreciate it. All right, fisticuffs. You were at 54. We're trying to get you to 55. Let's see if we got you some money. If we got you where we need to go. Are we still at 54? My God, am I going to have to yell at people? Please.
Think of the children.
You want to yell? Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of night. I'm going to walk away in frustration. You guys got to think about what you did. In fact, I'm not even going to let you see other people. I'm going to go solo. and I'm going to walk away. Matt, this is also a good time for you to pee if it's close by. I'm not going to. I'm going to go somewhere because you need to be in timeout because you did not support fisticuffs, and this can happen again. So I'm going to walk away for a second. Be right back. Look at nothing.
Man.
He's got Lord of the Rings Risk. That's pretty cool.
I've been staring at that the last 2 hours. It's amazing.
Okay, interesting. What else has he got in there? The
Star Wars Life?
Star Wars. Yeah.
Zombicide.
I'm more curious about that
Firefly.
Clue version of Firefly.
Yeah.
Star Wars Monopoly. Can you buy the Death Star on Monopoly Star Wars? Because I would totally want to let the Death Star.
I didn't even know they did a Star Wars Monopoly. Oh,
Silent. So now I got to finish this one. You've drove me to drink, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to open this one now. In Fred's book is about a recovering alcoholic. It's embarrassing.
Not so recovering, but yes,
Wow,
you know, you're
segue.
As
Dude,
is mine.
road.
you know, it's sad to see me watch you guys do this to Travis. It breaks my heart.
And the children are here. Like, we have a sleepover, and now they're embarrassed for me and my family, and they're going to tell their parents, and it's going to be part of the PTA. We're going to have a whole meeting, and all this could have been avoided if you just gave Fred $1. Like, it wouldn't even have been a big deal. But
Yeah.
all right.
They're going to
That's
have a
bringing
town
this
meeting,
up.
burning torches and pitchforks.
Brush it again.
Damn HOAs.
See if anything has happened. Yeah, I'm going to be part of an HOA. All right. All right. Nobody's came through. I'm going to share it. You're going to talk about it real quick. Maybe
Happy
someone will
to.
make better sense before the end of this, Fred.
Yeah. So, fisticuffs. It's about a functioning drunk whose comfortable life is derailed when a one-night stand has very deadly consequences. It is in the vein of stories like Preacher, The Boys, and the stories of Frank Miller. It's got a lot of different layers to it. It is definitely grim, gritty, and dark. It's also very darkly humorous. It's got lots of action, lots of personal drama. And as you can see there, if we hit our stretch goals, we unlock a 10-page preview of a fantasy book that Stan and I are working on as well. But yeah, it's definitely. I described it the other day recently as if John Waters and Martin Scorsese teamed up to create a comic book. You'd probably come up with something pretty similar to Fisticuffs.
How has this not got hundreds of backers? It looks freaking awesome.
Thank you, sir. I don't know. I do think it's my first campaign. Not a lot of people know me, and I do think I just probably picked a tricky day to launch on because like that March 4th, there were a lot of like high profile people, Travis included, that launched that day. And no, I think Travis helped get what I've got. But so yeah, I just again, I think it's just because like I'm new and people don't really know what to expect. I do believe that once they get through books 1 and 2, they're going to be really into it. So yeah, I'm just gonna take it as it comes.
At least you're funded. That's the main thing. So you can
exactly
get it out, and hopefully the next one will kick ass. But yeah, I am looking forward to this.
Thank you, sir.
I'm one who's backed it. I can't wait.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited too. It's really this has been like a story I've been carrying around for like 20 years, right? Like over 20 years. I started writing this in college, and like it was something I would work on, put away. I wouldn't feel prepared to tackle it and stuff. Now that like I feel like confident in the subject matter and my abilities to tell the story. I was able to leap in and like really assemble like an amazing team. Like I can't imagine anybody better than Stan and Robert and Dave like putting to put this story together. I'm thrilled about it, and I just can't wait until people read it and they get to see what I've been excited about for so long.
Yeah,
it's great. It's a good book. We'll keep talking about it. We'll keep sharing it out. We'll get you those backers. But we're going to move on. We'll come back in a little bit and keep yelling and screaming and see what we can do. But I'm very disappointed in all of you. And I do want to point this out, too, for those. Fred does the work. So last night, Fred may not have known that I was there, but he was at a Scott Snyder class with Jason Aaron, and he was there paying attention. I was there as well. I don't use my last name in that group. I just go by Travis because in the past people are like, oh, Travis Gibbs here, blah blah blah. I don't want to like. I don't know. It's weird. I just don't want.
I didn't notice you. Yeah, I didn't notice that you were there.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm Travis. Like I keep my name because I do want Scott to know I'm there, but like I don't want to be. I don't put Gib. I just put my
yeah.
But I was there last night. But I say that because there's a lot of creators who don't do the work. They don't study. They're not trying to get better. They think this stuff. So if you're studying, trying to better, and me who's done this a lot more books than Fred, I'm still there. I'm there trying to get better. Everyone, you should want to get better. Sean's there. I don't think you weren't there last night, right, Sean?
No, I couldn't make it live. I'm gonna watch it when he does the archive. Yeah.
Jason was fascinating, man. Like just hearing him like talk. Also, kind of very similar to you, right? Like kind of a velvety smooth voice presentation. Like it was very, But yeah, I got a lot out of listening to Jason Aaron. He's a very like chill, very informative guy. Like it was a very, very good seminar.
By the way, as I click on these, I think I'm going to be yelling for a lot of people. So buckle up, buttercups. All right.
You need to throw it.
We'll come back. We'll yell. We'll handle some stuff. We're going to get this done. All right. Next up, we got Bad Rabbit, which, by the way, I don't know if I've ever told you this, Anthony, but rabbit is my wife's favorite animal. So I don't know if that means anything, but I'm just telling you. It's her favorite animal. She loves buns is what she calls them. Have you ever called Bad Rabbit a bun?
You're muted, dude.
You're muted.
Anthony, you're muted.
I must have hit it on accident. No, I've never called him a bun, but we might throw that in there for the sake of having it in the comic. That'd be fun.
So when we left you were at 1,533 with 34 backers. I wanted to get you to 1,545 with 35 backers. So let's see if we have done that. There's nothing there. We need to share something. See, I'm so upset that things are just going awry. All right, we got here. See nothing. Refresh. See if I
to be fair, when we first started this podcast, we were at 33 backers. So at some point, between starting this and now, we got a backer.
But I did not write it down on my paper, and my paper is the paper is what's important.
The paper.
Remember when
you must satisfy the paper
and added an extra backer on his paper? So,
oh, now we're in for it.
Listen, Linda's. All right. We make comics. To make these comics, we need money. And let me tell you a little bit about Anthony. I'm going to tell you a little bit because apparently you haven't been paying attention. You haven't been listening. You don't know his story. He didn't share his story because he wants to just sell the book on its own merit, which I pride him for. But he suffered from heart failure. He's on disability. He has health stuff. He's got a lot of stuff going on. I'm sure he can only make so much on this book. He can't do certain things that I can do because it may affect his disability. Because what if it doesn't work? I help another creator who's disabled, who is on disability, and it's very scary. So he needs your support to make this book, to make this thing happen, because he doesn't have a lot of other options to get that income to make it come to that next level. So this is really what Kickstarter was made for, is books like this that need an audience which doesn't have enough stuff. So it's super important that you back this. So if you're watching this, throw him a couple bucks. Check out this book. It's got 4 issues. You know he's committed to doing it. It's not like he's a one and done. In fact, it's been 4 issues in a small amount of time. I've only known him probably about 6 months, maybe 7 months. And I saw 1 issue and we're already at 4. So he's a hardworking comic creator, wants to do it great, got 3 boys. He's working. He's ready to do it. So do the right thing and don't make me fucking yell at you because the kids are out of the room, motherfucker. So I can tell you how to fucking feel back this shit and fucking back fucking Fred's piece of shit finger cuffs. Maniac. I love the book, but we're fucking let's wait. I fucking go to bed. I'm tired. I was up this morning too, and there's fucking kids are gonna keep me up all fucking night. All right. So, anyways, we're gonna check out. Can you explain what Bad Rabbit is, Anthony, so we can get?
If you were to take John from no, I forgot his last name. All of a sudden, no, from Die Hard with a Vengeance, John McClane. If you were to take his attitude in that movie, where he was hungover, did not want to have to deal with some lunatic psychopath, and just kind of got forced on this mission that he was on. That's Bad Wabbit in a nutshell. He is when we meet him, he's a drunken burnout who bounces at a bar that, by the way, is inside of a crashed shuttle, space shuttle. And he does not want anything to do with any of this shit. And he's kind of forced on this mission and gets the pig to tag along. But yeah, I mean, unbeknownst to him, the mission that he is forced to be on is going to change the planet and himself in the process. Like I said, this is an ongoing series. It's kind of like a TV series in comic book form. And if ever I could make it a TV series, that'd be great. But yeah, this is definitely for not for kids and for people like us who love a good story and a good adventure. And I encourage everyone that likes that kind of stuff to go and back this, because it's gonna be one hell of a damn story. I'm telling you.
And look at these variant covers. I mean, these variant covers are great.
I like how he's got covers that homage both Conan and Akira.
Oh yeah, and we also have a Fred Frazetta homage on there too.
Do you know
that the very first cover was actually a Star Wars homage? If you look at it,
yeah. Do you know?
Yeah, I see it.
Kurt Belcher.
I probably
Kurt Belcher did a book called Rotten Tail that has a like B horror movie. You should have him do a cover for you, because the rabbit. There could be. He's very affordable. He's super affordable.
Cool. I'll reach out to him.
Yeah, I think there's some crossover there. But someone heard the plight, and they gave you $1 here. They gave you more than $1. No, it's more than $1. You were at 1,533, so they gave you $5.
Hey man, I'll take it.
Every dollar counts.
Every dollar counts.
As much as the money counts and the getting the pledges and all that stuff counts, for me, it's just getting Wabbit out there. I mean, I'm passionate about the story. It's a very personal story to me, considering my past and how Wabbit came to be in that. I mean, I just want to get it out there. I just think everybody deserves a chance to read it, and it's going to be a really good story.
Well, I am glad to hear that. I am glad to mark you off my list, Anthony. Are you going to hang out and bullshit with us? You got to go to bed?
As much as I would like to, I am not going to bed. I thought my mother was going to be flying in on the 25th. Turns out she's coming in the morning. So I have got some planning and cleaning and stuff to do. So as soon as I get off of here, it's going to be cleaning house.
You don't want your mom to put you over her knee because she comes in and sees you haven't cleaned her up.
She will.
I understand.
How dare you have this house so dirty?
I hear. All right. Well, good night. Thank you for coming. Glad you got a backer.
Thank you for having me.
Hopefully, we'll see you going. You got 2 backers tonight.
So and just so everybody knows, in the private chat, I did drop a link for the first 2 issues, digital copies of Bad Wabbit. So if you are on this panel and you can see the private chat, please go and check it out and read the first 2 issues. Let me know what you think.
Nice. That's nice. All right.
Cool. Have a good night, guys.
Have a good one.
We have a rascally rabbit.
What a rascally rabbit. Okay. Next up, we got James. I'm sick of yelling at people. I don't want to be angry, but the fucking kids are out of the room, so don't fuck with me. All right. All right.
I'm sorry.
All right. We got the Book of Nod. Book of Nod is that?
Ballad of Nod.
Ballad
I
of
wanted
Nod,
to. I wanted it to feel more whimsical, so I made a.
Yeah, the Book of Nod is actually a World of Darkness supplement for Vampire.
That was a little darker than I wanted to go.
Pussy. All right. So we were at last time we spoke 1,792 with 49 backers. Let's see if life has been good to you. All right, we got another backer, which is good. It looks like you got a $5. Someone at the panel is probably backing people because they don't want me to yell at them. But I'll take it. But let's talk about this one more time. Let me share it out. See if we can get some more backers.
No problem. Okay, so the Ballad of Nod is an emotional story. It is about a little girl whose father didn't get through cancer. Okay, the cancer took him. She's grieving. And because she's grieving, all of that fear, all that pain, all that, there's no other way to say it, all that grief and misery has allowed nightmares to come from the dream world into her world. And the only thing stopping them is her guardian, which is her teddy bear Patches. And the reason he's called Patches is because he's all tore up from stopping them every single night. And she loses him too. He gets dragged into the dream world by the biggest and the nastiest of the demons. And she has a decision to make. She can either stay in our world and try to be safe, or she can risk everything to get her friend back. The story is got a lot of personal things inside of it. Won't go over all of them all the times, but everybody, all the pre-readers who have gotten into it, they've read it and they've felt the emotion that got poured into it. It's a family book, meaning that my sister helped me write it. It is meant to be the kind of story that, when we all grew up watching things like The Neverending Story and Goonies and all these stories where the kids got to be the hero, where they had to face nasty, dark, horrible things, whether it was Legend or a Dark Crystal. They had to face the darkness and they had to do what was right and rise up to the occasion. That's the point. Is when you tell stories, when you encourage kids, when you inspire them, it's okay to show them that there are horrible things out there, as long as you also show them that anybody with the courage can stand up and do what's right and get through it.
Do you kill Falcor?
That was discussed in the very beginning, but no, I don't kill Falcor. But I will say this, just so everybody understands it. It is a scary book. It's not, a horror book, meaning it's not gory. There's no jump scares, but there are going to be characters who aren't going to make it all the way through the story. It is going to be something where that grief is something that she has to face. So nothing feels safe as you're going through it.
Nice. Well, I looks like you got another backer. So
awesome.
We got two backers, so we get to mark you off the list, which is good.
Yeah.
We didn't have to yell, which is good.
And appreciated.
I appreciate it. And James, I don't know if you know this, I think Matt knows this, but you can put any of your Cthulhu's on. If you talk to me privately, you can put them on as add-ons if that'll help. And you can share that. You can put them on as background, and you just order what you need from me after the campaign at the discount that you get.
Dude, I did that on the last campaign. You just reminded me. I totally flipping forgot about that. Especially the fairy tale. Yeah, man. Okay. Guess I got some rewards to create.
Well, I would wait on fairy tales.
Oh, yeah.
So I would wait on fairy tales just because it's not released. It'll take a couple months, and just to be safe, But the other
that's understandable. But it doesn't matter. The artwork that I did for all of them it's still touched by that. one of the things that Travis has done is he's let me, when I'm working on the Cthulhu books, I've got to explore the darker, more like mystical side of my artwork. So instead of it being like gunfights and stuff I usually do, it's got to do with like more mystical things with crazy chickens using Cthulhu for revenge, and you know, messing around with Peter Pan. I've loved them. So they're all really good rewards to keep in there. And last time I did that, it sold like that. So yeah, I gotta remember that, and I'll have to put that together tomorrow.
Matt doesn't have room, and he's at the max that you can do for add-ons, I'm sure.
I could probably fit about 10 or 27 more in there. Don't you worry.
there is a max, you know.
On add-ons, really?
Yeah, it's not set anywhere on any platform, but Pat Shan found it.
Really?
And then it just eventually it just will stop adding them.
Yeah,
Did he
47, I think.
Did he give you what the number is?
I think it's beyond
47.
50.
I thought it was 40. I thought Carissa said it was 47.
It could be. I don't know, but there is a
Matt, get on it, man. Find out.
If it's 47, I don't have that far to go to reach that. And I know definitely when we get to the Tatsumi campaign in May, I'm definitely going to be yeah. So yeah, I'll definitely see if I can help you guys explore that and find that number.
So, yeah, just so you know, there is a cap. But there's ways to cheat all that stuff too, Matt. You know, you could go variant cover and then you sell it after, as long as you have it at the same price or whatever. You know, there's ways to.
Well, now because they do the survey, like I did, instead of individually doing each print or metal card, I do like 1 to 9, or whatever. And in the new survey, you can actually ask the backers, like, which do you want? So they just pick that one and then ask in the survey which one they want. So it
that's
saves
the way to turn one into like 30.
Multiple, yeah. You just have to remember in the add-on, if backers want to pick more than one of those add-ons, you have to specify, because it defaults to 10, so you have to make that 100 or whatever, so backers can add more than 1 or 10 or 20 of those items.
That's so crazy. All right, but we got you off the list. Are you taking off, James? Or it's probably dinner time, right?
Yeah, my kids are home. The kitchen is to my right, and it's making a racket. So it's okay. We all gotta eat, right?
Child just scream, "I'm so hungry."
No, that's actually my daughter, who is the person that Faye is based on. She's saying sorry to you guys that you can hear her cook.
Oh, I thought she was going, Dada, I'm so hungry.
You tell her he's a black hole in the stomach.
You tell her the people on this thread said that she needs to be louder, please. We want more noise from her, please.
Camilla telling you to be as loud as you want to be.
Thank you.
She says she hopes all your guys' projects are going well, and she appreciates it.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. Just tell her that Fred lets everyone down, and beyond that, everything's fine.
I let everyone down. Oh yeah, I did.
She actually goes to the cons with me and tries to compete with me who can sell more books.
Can you ask her one question before we leave?
Of course.
Does she know about Cena's heel turn?
You know what? We did talk about that. Let's see if she remembers it. Camille, do you remember that we talked about Cena has had the heel turn now? Yeah. Yeah, she's sad about it too. She doesn't like it.
Fred, I'll make sure everybody knows.
She's so upset about Bailey turning heel. And she's
Don't worry, Travis. That's my job, is to make sure everybody knows. I've been going like person by person.
Podcast by podcast, everyone will know Cena has a problem.
All right. Well, good night, James.
You guys have a great show. I appreciate the help.
Take care,
Everybody
James.
have a good night and good luck.
Good night.
Thank you.
So next up, the man with the statue. 21 hours left. 176 backer. We're trying to get him 176 backers. He's at 175. I don't know if he's been stuck there long. I don't know if he updated his page. Let's see.
I
Let's
did.
See where
I did update.
he has. Okay.
While we were live.
Wow. Actually, I love being a guest, so I can get so much work done in the background. Being the host is not nearly as fun. Let's see. Oh my God. Let me refresh. It's you people who are on this program so much.
Yep, no, that's fair. And actually, I was at 174 before I went live or with this, so you know.
No, shut up. You know it's my I'm now shame eating. Like, I'm diabetic. I can't be having this. Anyway. All right. So it's good, but it's like kitty good. You ever have like, if I was a 12-year-old boy, that would have been amazing. But that is so much sugar. I may go into a coma. Anyways. Guys. I get it. You don't want another Pat Chan. You don't want another me. You don't even want another Matt Knowles, right? You don't want someone who's going to hit you up quarterly, monthly, weekly for money. And backing Sean is put you in that danger zone. And I get it. I get it. He's got the bug. But he's a good guy. I mean, the minute I did hospice, he was just like, fuck our relationship. I'm going to steal your artist. And it's just a ballsy move. It's a ballsy move that I have a lot of respect for. And if you want to support Dave, not Sean, because F Sean, but if you want to support Dave Swartz, who was my former artist for hospice, so I can get it back, we need to get him off this book as quickly as possible. It's a one shot. Give them their money, give them their book. I'm sure, based on how fast David finishes the book, I'm sure Sean is counting the days till he gets that money in his account, because Dave is so fast, and you owe him money all the time, and your credit cards are overmaxed, and it was a tragic time when I did it 2 years ago. I'm still paying off that debt. He's too fast. Comic artist. We say we want you to do it as fast as possible, but we don't want to pay as fast as possible. Do you understand? Like, we want the pages faster, but the pay a little stressful. So all I have to say, I don't think I did a good selling point, but you should buy Recon and the little one. His daughter's in it, I think. The robot, or maybe it's James's daughter. Does your daughter know about Cena, Sean?
My daughter does it, but my son does. We watched that live when it happened. That was actually really his first event watching, live wrestling, because it's normally on when he's going to bed. So he was pretty upset about it, because he's always liked John Cena on the movies. That's all he's known, right? And the good guy. And then,
had I known that you stole Travis's artist, I would have been talking about your heel turn this whole time. Like,
not only did I take his artist, but I also was on his show every time I'm live. So.
Rub it in.
Well,
he I think he's on to something, Sean. I think we have, become that like played out radio tune that everybody's heard week after week.
To be fair, you guys may have done that, but Matt Knowles will remember our friend Daniel Calvin, when we were running Cthulhu Invades Wonderland, raised 10 grand by following me around the shows. Because it wasn't just my show, it was every show I did. I did a tour of like 30 shows, and he was at every single one, taking the splash.
I gotta respect that, man. It's the way to go.
And he raised $11K. So
then if that works, then I'm going to be on your ass like Tails on Sonic, man. Like, it's like
it does work on the big ones. It's a little hard on the small ones, but it does work on the big ones. So tell us about Recon one more time.
Yep. So it's my first try at a one shot, like Travis said. Robots versus zombies. this whole universe. So it is a one shot, but I do
Wait,
plan
is this
on
a new
doing.
cover? I don't think I feel like I've not seen
Yeah,
this.
that was there. Yeah,
Okay.
that's the cover B. It kind of showcases how the zombies are different. You got the vine infection versus just eating brains. Yeah, so I do plan on doing 3 one shots actually in this universe. It might not be the same characters every time, but it's gonna be showing the war with the robots and the zombies in one of them. It's going to be showing a couple years after this, and then I plan on doing a finale culminating those 3 one shots into a one big thing. Kind of like what Sync is doing now at the end of this more recent issues. I just loved how all that comes together, and I just wanted to try my hand at it. So robot zombies, a lot of fun, a lot of awkward robot humor in there. You got the heartfelt moments with the girl and her bunny Flopsy. And I've got statues, I've got metal embossed covers. And really my personal goal is to get to 5,000. So I think I have a chance in these last 20 hours to get there. Even if I don't, I mean, my backer count's been crazy, and I'm definitely happy with that. So,
We'll see what we can do to get it. We're going to keep sharing it out. We are not there yet, so we're just going to have to wait. Oh no! Sorry. You can sometimes refresh StreamYard, and that'll kick you off the server. You don't want to do that, and I almost did that. But everything is fine. Everything is fine. All right, so I'm going to put you down. We're going to go to my campaign. I'm going to get you there. I've shared it out so people know that it exists. Matt, did you put it in your feed? Did you do that?
I think I put it in there earlier.
Yeah, if you could do fisticuffs in the Recon one to see if that helps over there, because you still got a decent. Matt brings the people. People are still watching from Matt's. Matt has the exact same amount of people as I have watching, which is crazy. Which is not that many, but decent.
Hey, but if we can double that, then it's good.
All right. Then next up, we have this book called Upheaval. I think mine's cheating because I think my 24-hour campaign email went out, so I think I'm doing that.
Is it 48 or 24?
48 and 8.
I thought it was 48, 24, and 8.
Yeah.
Are they sending it 24 now?
Yeah, it's always have been. It's 48, 24, and 8.
Oh,
Weird.
cool.
I didn't realize they sent a 24.
So there is a pop at the end always, right? Or usually?
Not always. Not always.
Yeah.
Should be,
okay.
Theoretically.
Okay.
Yeah, as I find out, not always.
Okay. Yeah.
Most of the time. In fact, back in the day, I'm trying to be old, but back in the day, you would actually raise at least you'd raise 60% of what you'd raise day one on the last couple of days. It's not that way anymore, but back in the now it's 20%, which is still better than nothing. But back in the day, it was 60.
Got it.
It's good time. And you can still do it. The problem is they've front loaded everything so much with their signups and things like that. All right, so I got mine. I got there. I was supposed to get to 23. I'm at 24, so I got 2 backers, which is great. We've got there, so we've got a couple of backers there. Upheaval's doing great. Again, Upheaval is about a female superhero. She has the power of controlling drones. She has drone power. She uses them in various weapons, from weapons to stealth to fighting with them to shooting at them at people. So she has the ability to do that. And she's a very cool character. I don't think anybody's been quite like her. I think she's got a cool design. I do realize that I like orange and purple a lot, so I should probably work on that because all my books have orange and purple. I mean, look, Granite State Punk has a lot of oranges and Voodoo Nation's a lot of purples. Broke down oranges, colors. I should probably work. It's starting to become noticeable, and I know my company's name is Orange Code, but get a little far here. So we got to work. I thank those who backed so far. I think we're going to have a good end of campaign. I am also trying to go for 5, but a better 5 than Sean's 5. So not the same 5,000, a different 5,000 with better. So let's try to do that, Sean. 5,000 squad.
Sounds good to me.
Sean, if you beat him by $1, it'd be so. It's going to be ridiculous.
I'll never be allowed back on the show again.
Never.
I will be so
Dead
angry.
to him.
I'll be so angry. I will come after his family, his mother.
Maybe you're the reason why my Facebook went down. I was getting a little too close.
I already told you I was the cause. You just thought I was kidding because I did it in my funny voice.
He knows people.
But I've already said that. I've already said I've taken it down. I don't know if you know this, my friend, but I am an influencer at Facebook, and I'm not kidding. I actually am an influencer. I actually make money for posting on Facebook. Not a lot. It's like $30, but I'm an influencer on Facebook, which I'm not sure if that really like solidifies I'm Gen X. Like right? Nobody's making money on Facebook. All right. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take these two campaigns and we're gonna share them on our Facebook. So Sean, you can share Fisticuff if you don't mind on your Facebook and your Twitter and all that. If you can share, and vice versa, Fred, you can share Recon.
Yes, sir.
Both. And then Aaron, if you can share them both, and Matt, if you can share them both. See if we can get a quick.
Yep, I just put them in the other chat real quick, and I said back this one before Travis blows his top.
Let's see if we can get that stuff, and then we're gonna have a quick conversation. I'm gonna give it like a 5-minute conversation, then I'm gonna look at it, share about because it takes a minute to the algorithms. Yeah, I was actually upset, Fred, to be honest. Like, I did that nice post about you, and it didn't really bring anything in at all. I was so shocked.
That's okay. I mean,
But it's not because I've done it in the past. Matt has seen me do it on a day where I just feel like being cocky and I can get stuff. So I really like hate that your book is so good and people just don't know about you.
I think it'll take time before it lands, like I do think it'll, you have to kind of, test drive it before you kind of understand, what we have going on. Cause it's, I'm really it's weird. I'm almost I'm still very uncertain and stuff. That's why when you said the Matt Campbell thing today, I was like, holy crap. Cause I still don't know if things I'm doing are right. If my pitch was, honed the right way and stuff. So I'm still figuring that all out. And, again, to be where I'm at now for a first campaign, thrilled, but just going to try to figure out what I could do better for the next one.
Sure.
Now, let me just put this out here for Sean.
Let's get these out there. I'm currently doing Sean's, and then I'll go through and do my other one. Travis,
Fred, I appreciate all the shares. You're always sharing it everywhere when I see it.
Yeah.
And your book looks awesome. I was one of the first day backers. I've been waiting for that. I think you've been on Travis's show since last year promoting it, haven't you?
Yeah, this is certainly not an overnight project. But yeah, it's frankly testament to all you guys for making this so much easier than it, I made it out to be. I made doing a Kickstarter this huge mountain. And I found once you start kind of going and kind of pick a date and work backwards and stuff, everybody's kind of, now I moved the date 3 or 4 times, but once you start getting out and interacting with people, everybody's kind of helped me kind of figure this out as I went. So community's been great, but it's on me that it took that long.
So my advice for the next one, if you're willing to hear it.
Absolutely.
I would just do issue 3.
Yes, that is the plan.
Keep it slow burn from here on up. Keep it going one at a time. Maybe even do some alt covers for when you start getting a fan base for 1 and 2. Don't print a lot now. Print some later.
I have ideas. Stan and I have talked about, a series of covers, but again, I didn't want to commit to them too early.
Sure.
I couldn't agree more with Travis about doing individual issues, because it seems like the logic is if we put more than one issue in here, then people might spend more, and it actually ends up being the opposite, where people have a set limit that they want to back normally on each campaign. And so they're like, well, I'm still only going to get one, or I'm still only going to spend this on this campaign, instead of you splitting it up and doing the two and getting them to spend that same amount twice.
Yes, the reason I did that was story wise. It was not like I wasn't trying to outsmart the conventional wisdom. I felt issue 1 ended in a way that I really felt like I wanted issue 2 to kind of like. I don't want to be too spoilery, but let's just say I felt it was a creative decision to put 1 and 2 together, and I think moving forward it's going to be 3, 4, 5, and 6. One at a time. I mean, I really always wanted to do them in a traditional monthly kind of comic style, right? Because I did write them that be cliffhanger based, but it's I don't want to say cliffhanger. That sounds like a dirty word or cheap or whatever. But it was meant to engage you to carry on to the next issue. So hopefully we did that. But I felt like 1 and 2 pairing together kind of made sense from a creative. Realize it might hamstrung me businessly a little bit.
These campaigns look great. We got Stan Yak, of course. We got Stan Yak and Dave Swartz. Those are 2 of the greatest artists. Matt, I'm shocked that you haven't used Dave for a cover yet.
There's a couple people that we've talked about that we want to get on board.
Yeah, he seems like someone who you have a stylistic of stuff. That's my campaign.
Yeah, I can see as Tatsumi the Serpent Mistress moves farther in, because we're pretty deep into the production side of that one right now. I can see something like that potentially taking place.
By the way, I can't say the details or not, but there's this dude who retired from comics, and I got him out of retirement to work on a book with me. So that's my win for the day. I don't want to give any information, but
nice.
I'm happy about it. And I know you guys are all thinking old guys, but it's actually a young guy who's very talented who quit. And I didn't want him to quit, because if you're talented, I don't want you to quit. I need more talented people. I read a lot of books that aren't talented. So give me new ones that are, please. Please, love of God. And Kyron's like, yep, you can never go wrong with Stan Yak. By the way, Kyron, I am going to get you for a cover of Upheaval, like I feel I need to. And then the Saw crossover, I created a superhero universe so I can play with all you guys. That's why I did it. I want to play. So I like Sean. First off, one shots becoming bigger is something that happens. Greatest Day Punk was a one shot. It has now been 5 one shots.
Right.
I swear it's not a series. You got Jack Irvin to draw a cover for you. I mean, he's super retired, so retired. True. You know what I have? And this is a fact. I am working with Walt Simonson on one of my books, which is wild. Which is wild. That's even an option for me. Jay Sloan deserves more attention for his covers. Okay. Does any of us have a Jay Sloan cover? None of us have a Jay Sloan cover. DM, which I guess proves your point, right? I mean, I guess that makes your point more accurate. It deserves more respect. Clearly, we're not using him.
Travis, I don't understand how you're able to keep track of all the stuff that you're working on. We've got 7 things right now that we're actually working on simultaneously. 2 anthologies for you, and then 5 other issues that we're either working on, about to send to print, or we have the script or the art going on. And that's about as much as my brain can handle, with also doing the Kickstarters and all the other things. And I'm like, Travis has got 46 things scratched onto a board, and every one of them, he's like, I got to work on the script for this. I got to do this. I got to do that. And I'm like, I don't understand how you have enough brain power to be able to do that, man. Look at
Oh
that.
my God.
You think I was kidding you about the thing with the board, like 46 things on it? That's not like, that board is not like, in 2027, I want to be doing this. It's an idea board. In 2031, I want to do this. That's like Wednesday, I've got to work on these projects. I'm like, it's crazy. I don't know how you're able to 7. We're like right at the cusp right there at 7. So for you on that, I don't even know what to say, man. That's crazy.
Well, I found out there is a limit.
Is it 47, just like the add-ons?
Yeah, it is. I can only work on 2 anthologies at a time, is what I found out, because we had a Holiday Spirits Monsters anthology that was supposed to come out last year. If I'm spoiling it, I apologize for those who haven't heard. It was supposed to come out last year. It did not come out last year, mostly because I didn't make sure I set deadlines, stuff like that. And then same thing with Cthulhu Invades Fairy Tales 3. The people who have submitted and done stuff for that, they really have had a lack of communication. They are actively waiting for me to reply to them. And I can't, because I have Cthulhu Invades Fairy Tales 1 and 2 and Cthulhu and Holiday Spirits Christmas in July coming. So I found the max is 2 anthologies. But, some people got emails from me today for other stuff. And I just announced Hospice Season 2. If you haven't seen the announcement of that, I've announced that. In fact, I'd love to talk about that. If we can get you guys funded, I'd love to talk about what that is. A lot of people had some questions about that. I'd love the opportunity for people who are watching. I think people would get something out of that. But I do want to give everyone a chance to leave because it is getting late. So let's check on our guys and see what's going on. So let's start with John Cena.
Yeah. You want to hear something sick and you're going to hate me even more? I realized
Aaron's book right here is at 86 backers. Aaron left. Oh, Aaron's here. Sorry.
I pressed the wrong freaking button.
It's Aaron's book.
Triangle, it didn't work.
He's still at 86.
Well, I was actually going to say I'm going to head out because I'm freaking knackered and I got to work tomorrow. And then I pressed the button without saying it. So I'm back to say good night.
Night, Aaron. Nice to see you, bud.
Weird flex, Aaron. Weird flex.
Good seeing you, man.
Take it easy, guys.
We're going to look at this J cover too. Jake, DM, can you private message me that so it's easier for me to find? Go ahead. What was the question, Fred, or what were your statement, rather?
I was going to say, if you want me to exacerbate you even more, I was stuck at 54 backers, which was John Cena's 54. That was his number, right? Yeah. So I mean, that's I willed it into freezing, I think.
Have you tried practicing your thugonomics?
Perhaps, maybe I should go back to school and get my PhD in thugonomics. Never quite made it to doctor.
So we got you there.
Cross me off the list, sir. Thank you to our backers. Thank you.
What I want you to do, what I want you to focus on in the next 7 days, Fred.
Yes.
I'm going to get to you for a minute. Is finding a pledge level or something to encourage them to up their pledge.
How? What do you mean?
There's all sorts of different ways. For instance, I did it with Upheaval. What I did was I had a contest where I'll write you in. You can have a contest where you give them a free cover, where there's a free cover, or there's all sorts of things. But do some sort of contest to try to get these digital backers to back physical.
Sure. I just how do I technically do that?
Be in an update, so do an update. Say, hey, we're going to do this program. If you up your pledge, here and give them what they can up it to is, they can update it to a signature, they can update it to a different cover or whatever. If they up their pledge, they're part of this contest or whatever.
Okay.
Now, technically, you're not supposed to say contest on Kickstarter, but nobody seems to get in trouble for it. So maybe Matt has.
Got it. Yeah, I'd love to. Is there a place where I can read about how this works?
What's up?
Where would I find out how to do that? Is there what do I do? I just put it in update. If you back to this, you get
Yeah, just say we're going to do an up. Just explain how passionate you are, that you really want people to get the physical, and that you really want to get this. Or if they only got number one, because you have a play. There's a pledge over. You're going to get number one, right? They
Yes.
Say you really want them to get that. If you do this, we're going to do a giveaway, and this giveaway is blah, whatever the giveaway may be. You know.
Sure.
In fact, do you have any metal covers?
No.
Okay. So you can do a metal cover. You can literally do a metal cover. You can just order one. It's the only thing you can just order one from. So say you'll do one metal cover. It's going to be the only one in existence. Like, and what I would do is to keep yourself true is let's look at your covers. Maybe do it in black and white or do something special. You can do whatever you want to do to make it special, but allow you to make metal covers if you want in the future. But make this one special and say it's one of one. You're going to be the only one who has one. I'll print one for myself. It's going to cost you about $12 to get the metal cover, so it doesn't cost you that much money. But it's a very special incentive, so anybody is eligible for it. And say even digital backers, you just pay the shipping or whatever. But
well, how do I do it for people that have already backed at that level? They're just not in it.
Right, you're wanting them to up their pledge.
So anybody that's got any pledge at all, if they just up it at all, they get entered.
Up the pledge at all, right? Correct. They can add $1. They can do whatever to encourage them to up their pledge. But the real goal is not to get $1. The real goal is to get the physical backers to back thing. And don't you try to take the idea, Mr. 21 Hours Left, Sean.
You already told me this, the first campaign I did. I've done it before.
Okay.
Yeah. Fred, the wording is you just tell them for new backers or for anybody that's existing that raises their pledge.
Okay.
And then you have to keep track of that on your side.
That's what I was going to ask. Is it like, how do I do that?
Adjustments. There's a section in the back of the back report called adjustments.
That's true, yeah.
Okay.
Just go through adjustments. It's very easy.
I'm still learning the dashboard a little bit, but I'm starting to get a little bit more into that now, and I kind of like understand it a little bit better now. But I think that you're right. It's just like a drop down, right?
It's one of the options. So there'll be like backers, adjustments, or whatever. It's normally where the they canceled pledge section. It's very sad. There's lots of red there.
The red and there's a green side of it.
But there is a green side of it, and you can get more of the green by doing tricks like this.
Got it. Yeah, this sounds awesome. I can definitely do it.
So and I need to do it too. Like Upheaval has like 100 digital backers. I don't want to give them physical books. I really want this in their hand. I did get a few to jump up. I got someone to jump up so high that they backed as drawn in tier. Like they went all in.
Wow. What do you charge that for, the drawn in tier?
I did 110. I think I got 2 backers from it.
I made like an absurd amount because it was like a cover and whatever, and I didn't know how that worked. I figured I would make it like
your books are already done, so it makes it harder, you know?
Yeah. That's why I did it. Like I thought a cover, and I have a great idea. The cover idea is awesome. Like I love it, but it's I need people.
One thing you can do, Fred, when you've got all these zillions of books, you wouldn't be able to do it if they're done, but like for future reference. When we just did Heirs of Isildur, we were basically completely done with the art, but our artist knew, hey, this one page, you're not going to draw this page until the campaign is done. It was in the middle of the book. Mm-hmm. And we're like, here's what the page is going to be, but you're not going to draw it until the campaign's done because this is the page where the draw me ins are going to be. We need to make sure we know how many draw me ins are going to be here. So that's why you can't even go and plot it out yet. So he was like done with the book and on to the next thing. Hey, you're in the middle of doing this. We got to go back and draw this page for Heirs 4 now, so that way we could get the draw me ins without holding up the entire book.
That's really smart. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, I'll keep this. I mean, I'll keep that in mind. Everything I've kind of like picked up here, I've kind of like used as a tool. But thank you.
There's always stuff you can do, a 4-page backup. There's things that you can do. You just got to figure it out. You got to talk about it. You can strategize it because there's things you can do to make that work. And then for me, like I didn't do a really good job of the drawing because I'm allowing people to bring their superheroes in. So if you had a superhero character, I'll let your superhero do a cameo on our book.
Really?
So there's all sorts of really cool stuff like that. Like it doesn't have to be you. It could be your character. It could be whatever, you know?
Right.
And I always thought that was fun. I remember when I was a comic collector early on, like I would hunt down those cameo appearances just because, you know? So
Actually, one of my drawing guys, he was one of the podcasters. He has his own zombie book. He wants to put his zombie in it, and then he is also getting the ad for the back of the book saying, "Hey, you saw this zombie, and this is my book to look it up."
really clever.
I'm all for that. Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So, I hate you. Make that clear. All right, you got your backers. Go away.
I did. Thank you.
Go away. Oh, I already marked you off. Like I
was gonna say, so happy to be crossed off a list.
again.
You're off the list.
The opposite Jericho. Heel
right.
Jericho.
That's right. Mega Jericho.
I was not as excited when he heel turned, but it was still fun.
By the way, how do you guys feel about that Moxley Edge match? I haven't watched the whole match. I just watched the clip. I need to watch the match because those are two of my favorite wrestlers. What do you feel about that crazy
I do want to see it just out of the curiosity, but
The
man,
spot with the nail bat stuck in his back. That to me, I'm sorry, but that to me, somebody is literally going to die one of these days by doing something like that.
It's too far. It's like it's weird because I felt like the Sami Zayn KO match, like they about killed each other, but like you felt like they cared about each other enough to like protect them. Like that Moxley thing, like I saw it today, and when I was thinking about it, like there's probably like 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 inch of nail in his like muscle tissue. Like that's brutal. Like
yeah.
And if you read my books, like I have no problem with brutality in like fiction, but wrestling, there can be too much.
No, AEW is going to kill someone. They keep doing these things, and they're going to kill someone. And they give it a pass because they get away with that stuff in Japan. But a lot of those guys will die after a match. They'll survive the match and die. They have several reported deaths. Yes, they didn't die in the ring. They died when they got home.
Wow.
What's the difference, really?
I thought you meant just from like the risks they take, like just Darby Allin and Sammy Guevara alone. Like those two.
No, that as well. Like AEW takes a lot of risks for no reason. And then this match, if you're gonna do that and it's not at a pay-per-view, like I want TV to be entertaining, but like make it mean something in front of people, in front of a crowd. Like do it at a World's End or whatever their events are.
Did either of you guys see the last pay-per-view?
No, I should. I have
not AEWs.
I don't get them at all, but I was really curious about that Tony Storm match because that looked brutal as well.
All right, Sean, you got your money there.
Yep, appreciate it.
Sean, you should be a little more excited. You should try that again.
We did it. Together, we did it. I don't get excited about anything. People like it drives people nuts. It's like you don't get excited about sports, but you love sports. You know, I don't know. I've always been that way.
Matt, we're wrapping up. We can give you an invite, but like you're always busy, bro. I will just keep inviting you every week, and then when you don't show up, I'll say, well, Pat's not here, I guess. I don't know. This is the cover that Jay was talking about, that DM was talking about. This is Jay Sloan, and we should hire him. And I agree. That's a beautiful cover. Pat wants a link. He knows I'm tired, so he's like, I'm going to keep you up for a half hour.
I'll stand for him to say, hey, then I got to bust out of here, man.
you're like, Pat's coming out.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'll stay on just to say hi to Pat so he doesn't think that I was like, man, I got to get the heck out of here before he gets on here. Mr. literally prints money every time he gets online.
Don't hit the player, hit the game.
Oh, I respect the heck out of Pat, man. Pat has turned himself into a little multi-million-dollar organization there.
I want to sing like Kendrick, right? Slap it, I'm jumping, I'm dun. That's Pat Sham. It's Kendrick.
I don't really know who Kendrick is, to be honest.
He beat Drake, and Drake can't rap anymore. There you go.
Okay.
You're caught up. And apparently he touches little children or something.
Oh.
Drake, not Kendrick.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like, you got that mixed up there, man.
Just to be clear.
Drake does, really?
No, it's they have a rap battle, and they're just
He
tracks.
made accusations that is the case. Yes.
I was gonna say, he seemed like so nice on Degrassi. Like I thought he was.
Right. All right. Well, before Pat comes here, do you have any? We can talk about hospice. Did you have any questions about hospice?
Yeah, how does that work? The like the submissions process and like everything.
All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all those things and we're going to judge it by different calibers of people who we want to work with, people who will fit the mold, and then basically what it works is there's a couple different levels of to be involved. So if you want to make a book, you would make a book. So it would be your book. You would own it. You would do a Kickstarter for it, everything. But and it comes with a price. It's a very affordable price. But there's a price for it. But you get to use our book. So you get to use hospice. You get to use the trade. You get to use the back catalog to help you. You get to use the branding, the story, and all that. So it's in a connected universe. And then once there's 5 or so done, I will put it in a Kickstarter because I have a bigger draw. That Kickstarter money will go back to you shared. So there's all these cool things, but it's really to kind of build it as an IP that other people can use and help build their stuff. So if you're a creator who would like to get stuff and have kind of a little edge, this is kind of helping. And then we'll mentor you as well. Frank and I are going to myself and David are going to be mentors. So if you want us to mentor you through the campaign, through the whole stuff. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick the. I think we got like 20 people who are interested. So we're gonna bring it down to about half of that. No, probably not half, like about 12. And we're gonna send an email out to everybody, kind of giving the basic details. Make sure you're still interested now that you know a little bit about what it is. And if you're still interested, we'll then take you to the next spot. Get you to the next spot.
And what's the time frame? Like, what's like?
For release, what's great about it is we're not going to do it like we did before. So it's on your schedule. Your book can come out on your schedule. We want from signing up, you have 12 months basically.
Oh, okay.
So when we do the sign up, which will be several months out, even when they'll have 12 months to make a book, which is reasonable.
Right.
Yeah, it sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Pat Shannon. That doesn't look like your normal spot.
Hey, Pat.
No, I'm in a hotel.
In a hotel. What are you doing in a hotel?
Yeah, I'm in Austin for Zetascope VIP Austin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You love those VIP things, right?
I do. Gotta, someday work toward doing some for my company as well.
Nice. So, yeah, I think you got a strong enough fan base. I think that's possible.
Yeah, we're working toward it. I mean, there's a lot of artists that are coming here, are artists that we work with as well. Downstairs, we saw Sonia Matas and Coco Aspen, great team. They for us they do the Dark Veil main covers and some other stuff here and there. And for Zenoscope, they do a bunch. I think I haven't seen the full roster, but Keith Garvey's here, some other people.
Now, does the diamond stuff is that affecting Zenoscope?
I don't know. I do know obviously they're in shops, but a lot of their relationships with retailers were more direct. I know that obviously they're in diamond, and it's a concern. It's a concern across the board for everyone. I'd say even people who aren't really in diamond. I think it's an industry wide concern, I suppose. But I haven't heard any apocalyptic bell tolling. No.
Right. Sure. Well, Matt wants to say goodbye. He didn't want to seem rude because he thinks he's the most attractive guy in comics. So he wanted
yeah, man, I got to roll. I just wanted to make sure that I didn't jump out. Have you been like, dude, that man must think I got cooties or some crap like that. I had to jump out as soon as I jumped in. But I wanted to say, hey, Pat, I always appreciate all the stuff you do, man, and kick some ass out there, dude.
Thank you, bro.
All right, see you, man. See you, fellas.
Later, Matt.
Sean or Fred, you guys got to leave because I know we're wrapping.
I don't have much of a social life. I'm cool.
I have to be up in 4 hours for work. It's no big deal. I do it every day.
I won't be on too long. I'm tired. I got some stuff to do. So, how is it out in Austin?
It is nice. It's hot during the day, nice and cool at night. I went out with Ralph, the co-founder of Zenoscope. He and I have been friends for like 15 years now. He's doing a lot of work space between now. We went out, talked about some stuff, some future stuff with us, and just planning tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the setup for the event. So they do it like everyone's going to arrive tomorrow, and they'll do a welcome kind of like drinks and dinner, hang out at the hotel restaurant tomorrow night. And then Saturday is like the convention style event where I think from 10 to maybe 4, they have a little showroom. We have our various tables. We do panels and events and games. We're going to do a writer's room with the Zenoscope VIP customers where it's going to be me and David Wall, who's publisher over there now, will run the writer's room where the actual VIP readers can contribute to an official Zenoscope story and get a story credit. So that'll be fun. And then tomorrow night they do the after party. It's like a dinner and drinks again, and then that's it.
Nice, that's nice. That's good. Now, and this may be two talking shops. So you may be able to. Do you make any money at this, like to come out or anything, or is it just
so historically no? But this time I did bring a couple boxes of my own shit.
Okay, so you're gonna flip.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll sell some stuff. Like the way that I made money in the past was I would do promotional shop tie-in. Like I do my Destiny Eater trading cards. To promote the Zenoscope events, I would have a Destiny card where one of my characters is cosplaying as, for example, Zenoscope's Robin Hood or Van Helsing or Mystere, and I would sell that on the Etsy and profit from the event. They mostly just like handle stuff, and then the artists and writers are there to make their own money.
Right. I actually thought of an idea for you for a promotion for you as a marketer, which the other day I was thinking, because that's what I do. And I think you're the same way where you kind of just sit a market. I think you should have a contest of dollar bin Pat Shan books where people find your like old Grim Fair. Because I always find like one of your Zenoscope books in dollar bins every time I look, and like continue to like, hey, if you have more like shares of dollar bin Pat Shan books, you get an award for the year. But really, just to keep that name out there, keep it relevant, I think it would be a lot of fun. And I don't think it's Zenoscope, but I think it would be really fun for someone and continue to get people tagging you and being part of something.
For sure. I mean, there's some of the other stuff beyond the Zenoscope that I would like to find myself. Like, there's publishers that I worked with where I didn't really ever get comps, that I would love people to search out some shit. Or are you like freezing up for everyone else?
You just froze up.
Okay, I might have to switch to the guest Wi-Fi. I might freeze up for a second to just tell me if I'm frozen.
He's not froze. He's that's just what he looks like. That's just what he looks like. All right. So that's the legendary Pat Shan, guys. If you've never met him.
Yep.
He's here and he's gone. He's an enigma.
Just pops in the middle of the night.
Any other questions since we're here? I know Pat's going to be back in a minute.
I guess, do you think in my last 20 or so hours, should I do anything crazy? I don't want to do any updates because I don't want to tell people, hey, get out of and cancel or whatever. But should there be anything I'm doing to get that 300 that I'm looking for?
This is a real good time because you're at a decent amount of backers this time that you haven't, is try to get someone of a bigger caliber to share you and then just tell them you'll do the final share or whatever you're backing. So you can get one really good campaign. So find someone who really lines up with you, what you're doing, and get them to do one big post. Because a good share to the right audience can make a big difference in a Kickstarter. Welcome back, Pat.
Is this better or worse?
That
So far.
seems good.
Keep talking. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see.
But you were saying you're looking for some books. What books are you looking for? What do you need? Do you not have?
I would love to get some of the Avatar stuff, like Stitch. I did on the Garth Ennis Stitch book, the Cross Plus 100, the Alan Moore stuff. I bought one of each issue. Like 30 variant issue. I think like 0 of the variants. Those would be cool to see. Maybe some of the Belladonna stuff. And back when I was writing for Joe Books, they were doing Disney Princess, and they just they took everything. So I wrote like 40 Disney Princess strips, and they would never tell me when they were coming out, what issues that they would be in. So if anybody Disney Princess issues that I'm in, that would be sick.
So just so you know, you're still horribly bad for the internet.
Fuck. Okay. I'll try one more thing. I'll be right back.
So back to you, Sean. That's what I would do. I would find someone about your numbers that has either a robot or a zombie book that you can cross over. You can't find zombie or horror. Find zombie or robot. Find horror.
And when you say crossover, what do you mean? Like you just do a share on social media or update?
No, an update.
No,
update.
You said no update, right? I heard. I don't mean to. I just heard that 48 hours you don't want to do an update for some reason.
Right. We want that person to do an update for Sean now. And then Sean will return the favor with his funded update. So when it's over, he'll do an update for them.
Got it.
People will cancel. Like if you do an update right now, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, right. I don't want to pay for this right now, so cancel it."
Might remind them that it's coming out and they don't have funds that they did when they pledged or something.
Yeah, I don't believe in that. I don't heavily doing that because if someone wants to leave this last minute, I don't really care. I don't really stress out too much about it. I'm actually doing an update. I just passed another goal, but the difference is I built my stuff. See, I think it's different personally. Where I think it's different than like a Charlie Stickney, and I love Charlie Stickney, and obviously he's better than me at tons of things. But Charlie doesn't have like backer goals like you do, where if you get this, if you're writing something to give them, they may not even notice. Just don't make it a big deal. This is the final thing. Don't talk about it, the final thing. Just say, hey, we did this thing,
Yeah.
You know, don't talk about, hey, last 48, time to up your pledge or make sure your credit card work.
Right.
Do the stuff. So.
Yeah. I didn't know. I just heard that the last 48 you want to back off, and first one I don't know. So. Yeah.
I mean, people make a good point about that, but I think it depends on what you've done during what you've done through the campaign is going to dictate how well that will be received.
Got it. Got it.
So.
How's this?
You sound better. It looks better. It looks tremendously better. Is this your phone?
Better, yeah. It's really sad that my fucking iPhone hotspot is a better source of Wi-Fi than the hotel. But
right, it's because you didn't buy the business class internet.
I didn't buy anything actually. It just there seems to be no option to log into the room. It's just like public and guest. But whatever. You guys were talking about Kickstarter or something.
Yeah. Sean's in his last thing. This is his best campaign yet. He's at 176 backers. His last biggest was 119, so he's doing really, really well, growing. He's a little nervous in the last 24 hours. He really wants to hit 5K. He's never hit 5K before. So things he can do without rocking the boat too much because he's worried about people leaving in the last 21 hours. So I just gave him a hint of you can have someone do an update share with you and then you return the favor after your campaign ends. So they'll get full access to all your backers. So, but you can still get the benefit from somebody now, and then get the thing at the end.
Yeah, I would say so. I stopped doing updates on the live campaign about 4 days before it closes, because it starts to just become a reminder like, hey, you're about to get charged. So you might as well cancel now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, if you want to like access your other campaigns and do an update through there, what Travis said about doing an update swap that you then fulfill on after the campaign's live, I just wouldn't wait like too long after it's live because the attention kind of drops off a bit, But if you kind of like, what I do is after my campaigns wrap, I do my general like what to expect post campaign update, and that gets a lot of eyes. So there's incentive there to have that be the update that you have the spotlight on.
Right.
And that's the one you pass on to the next person or next campaign.
Yeah.
So as like a first campaign, I've done like 2 updates so far, and I figured I would do at least one more on Monday with, Friday being my last day. Should that be it until after it's concluded? Like three going on, or while it's going on?
I'd say so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, the reason why I say I don't do that is because I do backer updates as I go through. So every so many, they'll get a book. So they're used to getting an update. I'm just not going to mention up their pledge or anything. I'm just going to talk about the book they get. Right. So I'm not, what draws their attention is we're at the last 48. If you want to up your pledge, now is the time. Like, people do that. That's what kills you. Like that.
It could like cause more harm than good.
Right, exactly. But again, that's something you've got to pre-build in. So I've been updating them semi-frequently when they hit these goals. So they're just going to see a goal and ignore it is the hope, So I have less drop off than most people. In fact, I actually spent a lot of time studying this because a lot of people were like, don't ever post 48. I was like, I don't have your problem. And I figured that the reason why is because I'm communicating with constantly, and I'm not trying to up their pledges or anything at that time. I'm just giving them information.
See, I'm using those backer goals. Like now I have 14 free digital comics because I hit 175.
Yeah.
So I'm using that more on the socials more than doing it in the updates to incentivize new people.
I do it in the updates so I can get more people to share campaigns with me so I can make more deals, deals.
That's something I didn't know enough about like early on was like the sharing in the campaigns and then the getting into like other people's updates and stuff. But
no, it's a big
doing
trick
it now.
Numbers. But you have 3 live, right now? You have Private Dance, Ghost Baby, and Devil America?
Yeah, and we launched, Ralph and I have Give 'em Hell 2 launched on Tuesday.
Okay.
Crazy. Definitely looking at some of your campaigns to see what I can use. I don't have the NSFW stuff, but yeah, every campaign.
Feel free. The NSFW stuff, it is what it is. There's like a certain audience for that, but even on those campaigns, there's a lot of readers who will buy just the main cover. So all the things that I post, if anyone wants to, take any inspiration from that, please feel free.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I feel like before I started doing cheeky comics, all of the sexy cover campaigns use like the terms like nice and naughty, and I don't like those terms. It feels kind of like Santa Claus, So I thought up like sweet and spicy, and then ever since then, everyone's started to use sweet and spicy and shit.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Trendsetter.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's look at these campaigns. Let's look at my good friend Larry Watts and long partner Pat Chan's book. I'm really excited about this one. So let's talk about Ghost Baby.
Ghost Baby is a long gestating project. So Larry came to me with the idea in 2016, and that's when I did that's like 2 months after I did my first Kickstarter campaign for Destiny New York. He just hit me with a design of the character, the Ghost Baby, and a basic idea, and I came back and gave him sort of like a rough arc for what I would see as the first miniseries, and we went off from there. You know, he's been slowly drawing it. He drew back then maybe about a quarter of it, and then gradually here and there he would add pages, and then earlier this year he came to me with the book pretty much done, and he thought he asked me what I would think about kickstarting it and if it would fit with the space between library, or if I wanted to pitch it elsewhere, and I know he floated it around here and there, but I don't really, the pitch grind personally isn't for me anymore. I find that the direct to consumer is more my taste as far as, being able to do what we want creatively and make more money doing it. Uh, you know, so I was like, no, let's just do it ourselves. We'll be able to control the book more. We don't take a piece of our profit and give it to someone else who's not even involved, who's probably not going to even read the book before we put it to print, who might not put letters on the actual printed comic. And we launched this. Yeah, it's been going good. Booked a few cover artists, but it's mostly just a me and Larry joint. Larry is co-creator, artist, and colorist. He's coloring the whole thing. And basic concept is guy gets broken up with. He is depressed, so he moves in with his dad, who is this old eccentric dude. He always tells these kind of like crazy stories about how he used to be a ghost hunter, and his son always thought he was, just spinning tall tales, just a fun, weird guy. And it turns out that there's a bit more truth than he expects to his dad's old ghost stories. While this guy is staying at his dad's house, he has this dream that he's visited by and hooks up with this beautiful ghost. And he has this night with this ghost. And to him, it's just, a fun, exciting dream. And then a while later, the ghost shows up with a half human, half ghost baby that he's been neglecting, and he needs to take care of this ghost baby. So it's a horror comedy about a man, fatherhood, and kind of finding his way to support his ghost baby.
This cover B is sick.
Bro,
So
I love that. That's my boy Patrick Mulholland, who he drew I Summon Cthulhu to fund my Kickstarter, which was my horror comedy from the last 2 years. It's been one of my bigger Kickstarter series.
he's so good.
He's so good. He's amazing. Yeah.
You mind if I message him for a cover at some point? Because I mean, he's so good in everything I say every time, and I never know that it's him until you remind me that that's the guy who does this.
Oh no, he's so good. I use your Patrick, you use my Patrick. Go for it.
All right, cool. Yeah, he's slowing me down because of that, but that's all right. I love you.
It is all right. It's something. It happens to all of us.
Yeah, and it's part of the biz. It's fine.
Yeah.
but
yeah,
no,
it's one thing, man. So some of my competitors and even business partners and friends, they do these things where they feel kind of like proprietary over certain artists, and they'll like, try to or do put them into these exclusive deals. But I've never had an artist come to me and ask if they can work with someone else and said no. To me, any work you do with someone else is going to be marketing for what you do with me as well,
Yeah.
No, I feel the same way. In fact, one of the reasons why I teamed him up with you is I was like, he could give you more work, and I think that you guys vibe together in what you're doing. Because I've noticed one of the things that you like about art, the artists that you choose on anything fantasy or horror, is you like it to have not a traditional style. Like there has to be some sort of unique thing with it, like a unique taste with it. That it's not it's not the regular horror thing. You want a little spin. I've noticed it consistently from, your books back here to all sorts of stuff.
Oh yeah.
So I think that's consistent. So that's why I teamed you guys up in Cthulhu. By the way, has Stokes given you those books yet?
Motherfucker forgot to bring them when he spent a week here. He came. He came up for our Space Between New Year's party, stayed the week, in New York, and then drove with us down to Atlantic City for a writer's room. And when he first got here, I was like, "You bring the books?" No, I haven't seen them yet. But where am
They're
I going
in
to see them next?
here's the thing. They're in a shipping box. We can literally pay for it. It's not a problem. Like they're literally in a shipping box. Like it's in a post office box to ship.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'll see him. You know, he's going to be doing some cons for us. I'll see him.
And you know, sometimes it's worth not getting them, so you have that running joke. Where the fuck's my thing?
Yeah, no, it is a thing to kind of like hassle him about for a while. Are you doing C2E2?
I'm not doing C2E2. Have I done it?
Are you doing it this year?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, we weren't until we signed up last minute to do a publisher booth. So I'm kind of like scrambling to get ready for it.
I almost asked you to a con. Actually, I could still get you in, but it's pretty far from you. But it's a paid gig. But it's in Cape Cod.
Cape Cod. That's 19-hour drive. That's not too bad.
Cape Cod from New York?
Yeah.
It's like 6 hours, I think.
What, really?
Cape Cod, Mass.
Oh. I don't know where
What,
it is. I was assuming that you are talking some Florida shit. I don't know.
No. I have a con that it's a paid gig. We can talk off of this, but it's a one-day show. So I don't know if going out there, because the pay's okay, but not amazing, you know? And it's a library con, so some of your stuff may not be great.
No, I mean, I have something for everyone, you know?
Yeah, no.
Rockville Center. I shouldn't say where I live. Let's see. Yeah, it's 4.5 hours. That's fine. I'll do it.
Let me see if I can get you in. It's see if you're available. Are you available May? It's May 5th.
Probably.
No, May 4th.
Oh, I'm gonna hear so many corny fucking jokes. Yeah, I'll probably do it.
I'll message you privately. We'll talk. But it's a paid one-day thing. I'll be there. Tyler James will be there.
Oh, sweet. That'd be nice.
Yeah. So, and I'm flying up for it. No, I'm flying for Free Comic Book Day at Granite State, Florida, New Hampshire. So I'm flying up for Free Comic Book Day at Jetpack Comics, and then I'm driving to this.
That's fun. Yeah. No, I mean that's cool to do it. Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I mean it's paid.
Guys, hold on. I gotta say something. Just if I offer getting Pat Shanna paid gig and getting random person, and I'm not trying to be rude to you who messaged me, is not the same thing. like I'm not trying to be a dick. He's done way more books than me. If you've done more books than Pat Shan, you're more than welcome to message me. I could probably get you. All right. There we go. These people. I fucking hate people.
I do want to compare bibliographies. There's a few writers out there who I think that I'm pretty well far behind. Like I look at Bendis and Cullen Bunn. They probably had me wiped down, I'd say, as far as numbers go. But I'd say any other modern writer, number-wise, the boy's out of here.
I mean, I think you're coming close to like a Scott. I think Scott Snyder and you are going to be pretty close. I think Jeff Lemire and you are going to be pretty close. I think
Lemire maybe. I feel like I got Snyder. I got him, I think.
I think you forget about American Vampire and how many spinoffs and things like that are there. There's a lot.
Like 40 issues?
Yeah.
62 or something like that.
There's that many, really?
I've got the Unjustice here.
Wow.
Look.
I think Scott Snyder and you are pretty close. Jason Aaron, maybe?
Maybe. He's like a journeyman type writer, yeah.
And remember, unlike us, they don't keep track of some of that early stuff beyond that. There's some of the stuff that you just don't even know that they did. The first couple of years. Not Scott Snyder. He was a novelist and went straight.
No, yeah. He went from doing prose and then pretty much went comics full time. So his career is pretty easy to track as far as comics go.
Well, like a Jason Aaron, he did some stuff between his first little
Right.
won a Marvel contest, and then he did work. There's like a 2-year gap where I know he did comics for people. I just don't know where it's stuff. So, but no, you're pretty up there. But speaking of up there, you've got Devil in America 2, which I still have not. It's on my list to read for the next. It's my next thing to read. So I haven't read the first one, but I love the art. Tell us what's going on here. And this is the guy who you're hanging out with, right?
So Ralph, Ralph is one of the editors on this book, because I originally pitched this to Zenescope as a creator-owned back in the day, like right before I left, and then a while later, Ralph came to me and he was like, "Hey, listen, I love that idea. If you still want to do it, I'll just do it on the side for you." So Ralph is editing this with Shannon, and I'm writing. I actually originally wrote this as a graphic novel back when I was just doing graphic novels on Kickstarter instead of single issues.
Yeah.
And then as the single issues popped off, I reimagined it as a miniseries. Dan Leister's the artist. He was on Zenescope's Wonderland, and he's known for Army of Darkness. Great artist. I always loved his sense of humor and horror. Just that mix there suits me very well. And it's about a mobster who lives on Long Island. It's at a time when the mob is kind of suffocated by the fact that, back in the day, the worry about wiretaps, you could walk up to someone, pat them down, give them a hug, hold them real close, and feel if they're trying to fucking set you up. Now everyone has everyone's a walking wiretap. There's surveillance fucking everywhere. So how does the mafia thrive in an area where the number one threat that was once something that you could sniff out is now ubiquitous? And it takes that concept and it follows this mobster Rocco on a hit, and he ends up sort of interrupting this protection ritual, and in the as a result of that, he's possessed by these animalistic spirits that push him to do these sadistic, horrific things, destroying his life. So we have this mobster whose career is built on misery, has to somehow now face this creature within him that's forcing him to do things that even he wouldn't do.
Nice. You got 6 days left on that. It's really, really good. You got Dave Pepos on there, which is good. David.
Oh, hey, shout to Dave Pepos. He's a good guy.
I like that guy. And then last but not least, let's bring up this bad boy. We've got the first trade of all these things since you've changed direction.
Yeah. It's my first ever collection. So I still do the graphic novels. Destiny New York comes out as graphic novels. No singles first. Those happen through Black Mask after the fact sometimes. But this is our first collection of a series that we put out as single issues first. Private Dance is the flagship title of our imprint Cheeky Comics. It is a story that follows a stripper named Savvy as she navigates just the job. I always pictured it as HBO always tackles these kind of like dicey issues. Like speaking of the mob, it tackled the mob with Sopranos. It tackles funeral homes with 6 Feet Under. And with this, I wanted to do a sort of a dive into strip clubs and that life. What is it like to work as a dancer, as a bouncer at these places, as a bartender? What is the life of a customer like? What is the relationship when these dancers are selling the idea of love, but you forget that they actually have their own, feelings and emotions too, and they're meeting people every day. So you see what they go through as they sell this sort of fake version of themselves and have to deal with the dichotomy of who they actually are and their actual attractions and desires with what they're selling to customers for money. So Sabby's journey, it's this emotional, funny, sexy story about stripping.
Nice. So it's collecting the first 4. That's going to be pretty exciting for you, right? Because especially since you have been doing so many books, where it used to be just the trade, right? For a long time, it was just you were building towards the trade. So Destiny, we're giving you a trade. So this must have felt like, finally getting that out was great. And Zetascope's not great at putting out trades at a reasonable amount of like urgency, right? So like that's not a priority for them. So be able to get it out at a decent rate, it's gonna feel good.
No, it feels great, and it's a series that I love. Like I love everything we do. I created this business to fund, uh, essentially my belief in my own ideas. We as writers, we go into this career thinking, okay, my idea is not only worth doing, but I could maybe even make a living off this. But yeah, I love all my stories, but this one in particular, whenever one of these letter proofs comes in, and the team and I read it, I end up like, we got this shit, Like, so I couldn't be more excited for this to come out because I feel like it's a great representation of my growth as a writer. Because I mean, I do feel like because of the conversation surrounding not safe for work projects on Kickstarter, I feel like writing wise, I have something to prove on these books. So with this one, I really want people to pick it up, especially the people who don't believe in this kind of shit. The people who, my ideal customer is someone who fucking hates me. I want them to pick this shit up and read it because I feel like this is proof positive of what Cheeky Comics is. Because people do see it sometimes as like, oh, it's a way to sell sexy covers and the stories don't matter. To us, that couldn't be further from the truth. These are stories that we're putting as much, if not more, life, heart, humor, everything into these books. And I cannot wait for this book to come out and be proof positive of that.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And this only collects 1 through 4, right? The self thing and the one shot. Is that a one shot?
Yeah, Down South is a one shot. I wrote that with Casanova Cart, and if she wants to do more of that series, we'll eventually do a trade of that. But if that's going to be a one and done, we'll eventually do a trade collecting a bunch of Private Dance shorts.
Shorts.
Yeah, but I could see doing more Down South. She loved doing it. That story is her true life story. She went to a similar club down south, and what she saw was like a different, crazy world. And I would love to do more in that area, but that's the totality of what happened to her there that we made into a story. Right. But the character is great. Daisy is the lead of Down South. And if Casanova has more ideas for Down South, I'd be happy to do more for you.
Nice. So Sean's got to go. Sean, you want to say goodbye? And his computer's dying. He's got to go to work at 3 hours now. Because he said 4 hours at midnight. So
it's all good. I appreciate you having me on, and I'll talk to you later, Travis.
No problem.
Later, Sean.
The little one. Try to get him to that 5K, that first 5K.
Yep.
All right. See you, brother.
Later.
No, that's cool. No, I'm excited. I'm really proud of you, man. I know we don't talk as much as we used to, but I'm afraid to message you these ways just because of how busy you are. Well, it's not because we're not friends. Like, unless I have something that really needs to talk to you, like I'm not gonna. I don't do as much bullshit talk to you anymore unless I need something, And I know it doesn't affect our friendship anyways. Like I know we catch up where we meet, so I'm never worried about it. So I don't need to keep up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Did I tell you? My guy Steve J. Steve is the vice president of Space Between. He messaged me about a month or so ago, and he just goes, "Travis Gibbons is a good guy." And I was like, "Yeah." And he was like, "Yeah." I mean, and I was like, "Totally." Like, but what makes you say that? And he showed me that campaign that you took over, that you're fulfilling for that gentleman.
Yeah,
that's cool, you man.
I actually have a whole nother issue I got to run next month for him.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And then I'm actually thinking about reaching out to your staff if she wants to finish it. To hire have someone from your staff come over and take it over.
Hey, yeah.
So because the book, but the problem is the book. He had some stuff mapped out. I have some things, but it's really up to her. But I literally have a second issue done. It's in folder.
Sweet.
It's done. So I'm going to run that campaign and do the stuff. And it's hard, man.
Oh, yeah.
More power. It's so hard. Those variant covers and like just how particular the audience of those particular covers are, like on what they want and want some stuff. And I was, I got because there's 3 variants for everything, right? There's or at least that's what he did. He did the like full nude, the partial nude, the no nude, and like, oh, you gave me. I'm sorry, she was wearing shorts, and you didn't want the shorts, and I messed up. I grabbed it like I made a ton of mistakes, which I don't make mistakes, but it was just crazy, and then this guy, like, God bless him, I miss him when he's gone, but like he the way the print order was sent in, it was not sent in right. So like I got some Ali Gaza is a huge popular person.
Yeah.
He didn't order like any of those books. I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to spend another, a few $100s to order all those books because that's what sells and that's what everyone wants.
Yeah. 100%.
So we've got that. But it's kind of cool to know that like our friend Carl Moline, did he finish what he was working on with you before he passed?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay, that's all. But he, I don't know if you know this, he actually likes the female form. He likes to draw nudity. I don't know if you know that. He actually enjoys it. And he got to do a cover for him, and I know that meant the world to him. Like he got because he's Marvel and DC, people don't ask, for that stuff. They ask like privately for commissions, but they don't ask like to do internals, or covers.
Yeah, like generally when my editors will be looking for artists, they'll say, "Oh, this looks like it could be a cheeky artist. This looks like it could be a Dark Veil or a Space Between artist." Like if an artist doesn't have sexy samples on their Instagram, we really generally won't be like, "Hey, do you want to draw some titties?"
Right.
But Carl's stuff is great, and he was getting him on the Destiny New York story. That was a dream come true because his fray that he did with Joss Whedon was one of the first comics that I loved. Like I started reading comics in the mid 2000s steadily, and his was one of the ones where I read it and I was like, oh, this, Whedon. Most of the Buffy work he did was on the show, and then he did, obviously season 8, but Frey was pre-season 8. And when I saw what he did, I was like, wow, he managed to translate his style of writing in the same universe from TV to comics, but it doesn't feel like a TV writer writing comics. Carl made it feel like there's this genuine motion in the story that's very comic specific that I love.
No, he's got a really good style. I'm gonna desperately miss him. I actually just spent. We're working on an art book for him that we're gonna put out. It'll probably be through Orange Cone. We're gonna put out an art book for the family because he was an artist and he was always struggling. So to leave something for his daughter and stuff, and I've got all these beautiful Buffy pages and all this beautiful stuff, Pat, like that I get to see and couple of pages, and it's so beautiful to have all this art and being like it's amazing. And because I know him so well, I know there's more pages in a folder somewhere. Like he has my Cathedral cover. I know that he did a lot of stuff. He did a lot of stuff on pen and paper just because he couldn't get out of that habit.
Yeah, and if you want any of his pencils for Destiny New York, please just let me know and I'll shoot those over to you.
Yeah, no, I mean we have tons of stuff, but if there's anything, if you see anything that's really good that should be in an art book, let me know and we'll get it added. Because I think he did your stuff digital, right?
He did, yeah. This is one panel that he did that when I wrote it, I was like, this is asking a lot for an artist. So basically the idea of the story is that the lead character Logan, she goes on this sort of like magic ayahuasca trip,
Yeah.
and her takeaway her takeaway, whether she's right or wrong, is that she's always thought of life as like this linear progression where she leaves behind who she was and is always journeying to become who she's going to be. And her takeaway from her trip was everything is happening now. I am who I was then. All of the things that have happened to me are in me right now. Everything's happening now. So the final panel is you see the bus that she's on going down the road, and the road she's on shows the trees as spring, summer, fall, and winter all on the same page. And it's a lot to ask an artist to do that and make it not seem weird. Carl did that beautifully, and that page is killer to me.
Yeah, send that over and we'll do that. I don't know if it's going to be towards the end of the year or whatever, because it's so much to go through, and because it's physical pages, we have to scan them. So it's scanning one at a time,
That's
making
cool.
sure it's good and all that. But we want it for his daughter and stuff like that. And then they're still cleaning out the house, so things are getting added to the stack all the time. But we're working on it. And, I'm excited to get it. Yeah, I'm excited to get it. You doing all right, Fred?
Yeah, I'm doing great. No, I just didn't want to interrupt and stuff. I could have definitely jumped in on the Frey comments. I mean, I love that book. I was a huge Buffy fan, and I remember being like blown away when that came out. I remember at one point there was a rumor of there being like a Frey spin-off like show or movie, but never materialized.
Yes, there was always, it was such a tease being a Buffy fan, because after the show ended, they're like, we'll do a Spike movie, we'll do a Willow movie. It didn't happen. And
No, none of that.
None of it. There was one Comic-Con too where Whedon announced that they made a deal with the BBC, which is a crazy network title to say every time, to do a Ripper series about Doctor that would show him now and also his past. It was greenlit and everything. Fucking never happened. Never happened.
Yeah, that was a hard time to be like a fan of his, because I was really into all of his stuff. And like, I remember even one of like the commentaries he talked about how like season 5 of Angel was in a way his favorite, because like he finally got the couple he always should have had together, which was Angel and Spike. And I wanted those guys to, and they did in the comics, and they were fun, for a while, how they continued season 8 and whatever, but or season 6 of Angel. But yeah, it just, there was a lot of like false promises, and then like there was always that hope that Serenity would continue on, and it did, but it didn't, and it was a little rough.
Yeah, there's definitely been a few rough patches for Whedon fans out here.
Well, yeah, lately, it's not been.
Well, I believe because his work ethic, he's got to be writing. I bet you he's writing for Hollywood at a pen name. I really believe this. I
love to see it, but who knows? Who knows? I actually because I like to watch TV shows all in one run.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting till season 1 of The Nevers was done to watch that. And then when the whole controversy happened and he left the show mid-production, I've actually still never seen it, because I knew that it wasn't going to be like a satisfying watch, because they weren't going to do anything with it,
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a shame, because it had the world building in it was like really strong. I remember that trailer. I was like, wow, like it looked cool, but
yeah.
I never got around to seeing it.
He announced the Dark Horse book like 10 years ago called Twist, and there was a cover, and it was this like steampunk superhero chick, and the shit just never happened. Such a bummer.
Yeah.
I actually hate all that stuff, like those things that that existed or almost existed. Like there was a sequel to Crimson, that comic Crimson. There was a sequel to that was started and never happened. I was like, damn it! Like, dude, where are these things that never made it?
If you guys want like just an entertaining book to read, I believe it's called Underexposed, like the 50 greatest movies never made. Some of the things on that list, like are like dream projects. At one point, and I can't believe this is true, Steven Spielberg was going to do an Old Boy remake. I mean, like, what would that have been? Stanley Kubrick was going to do. I forget what the Kubrick one was. Somebody else at one point had like the Rolling Stones attached to be the Droogs in Clockwork Orange. There was a Beatles, Lord of the Rings in the works. Like, there's so many things that were like, that were like on the ground. The coolest one, if you were at all a fan of like, oh yeah,
there it is.
I remember hearing about that.
It says it's a source material for the Nevers. Like it's like he probably cannibalized it for the other thing.
I think
Yeah.
so.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a great book. It's really, really a lot of cool stuff in there. The really cool one, I don't know if you know who Shane Carruth is, who did like Primer, but he had a really great story called The Topiary. And if you ever just get a chance to Google that online, it's like, to me, it's the most interesting movie that was never made. And it's really kind of relevant to today. He did a teaser, which was awesome. So yeah.
It sounds good. I mean, all the movies that were announced but didn't get made, and even like shit like runs of comics that just disappear, such a bummer. Like the other day, I was thinking back to Morning Glories, and I know that Joe Eisma has never heard the end of this, and because he's the one of the two creators who's online. Nick Spencer has totally disappeared. So he never hears the end of this shit. I feel bad for him, actually.
He took his Substack money and ran.
Yeah. But the fact that there's, I think, 50 issues of Morning Glories, and for the past 10 years, nothing, that there will probably be no end. I don't get why Nick Spencer wouldn't want to continue. Like, why wouldn't you want to wrap it up? You've been with the characters for fucking 50 issues. Like, I get it in some level, like Destiny New York. Every volume is more difficult to write because there's more storylines and more characters and more history to juggle. But the idea that I would sit on it for 10 years and not finish and not keep people updated is unfathomable to me. I don't know as a writer why he wouldn't feel this nagging pull to finish it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all that stuff's fascinating. And then like a couple of years ago, you guys probably don't even know about it, but like they came up with all these random archive issues from like the 90s. It was like Force Works #7, and it was like because they used to do archive issues where they would do an issue if someone got sick or whatever. They do issues. So they just randomly produced like 20 of them. It was really wild. So there was a random like Ghost Rider issue that came out, and it like tied a whole bunch of shit together. Like, here's Howard Mackey's Ghost Rider. Like, someone at Marvel just was like, here we go.
And they never released them?
They did release them, but it was like 20 years after the fact. Like,
That's wild.
Yeah, that's nuts.
Because they just sat on them, and then at a certain point, the costumes have changed. Everything's changed so much, it's unusable unless you put it back, which is crazy.
That's what. Imagine having the budget to just be like, draw this full issue just in case,
That is wild. I mean, I'm sure you do it. Do you do like shorts and stuff to build fodder for trades, right?
Yes, I do. So yeah, we do like if we imagine a Kickstarter will go very well, we'll have a stretch goal where say it hits 35K or something. We'll unlock a free digital short, knowing eventually when we have enough built, we'll take all those shorts and put them into a trade and make back any money that would have been spent on those. But I mean, to have 20 of those sitting around, that's some wild shit.
Yeah, you got to have the capital for and like also like just like to not care, right? Because like I feel like anything that you put like money into, like you must have a certain desire to see it out there, to just like I don't understand that idea of just in case of glass break this and use this story, but
yeah, there's a whole bunch. There's a documentary or a book, I don't remember where it's from, but when they were doing the Marvel and DC crossovers, there's like a full issue of like content that they just couldn't agree on, so they kind of moved on. Like they were trying to do this fight scene, but it ended up being, but they just couldn't agree on it. Like Marvel and DC, like who was winning and this and that. So It's all been shelved, but I saw the pages for it. It's like these beautiful pages. I was like, you don't understand. You literally write a rough plot for 20 pages. You've got a whole story there. If I ever took over like Moon Knight, I would try to pitch. Can I use I would give them like 4 or 5 storylines, because remember, we didn't know he was crazy for like so many years. I would love to show that, literally use that art and rewrite that story, adding some new stories and context, and show the crazy part of the other personalities through that lens. And I think it would be really fun, and people would love it, and does what they want, selling back catalog, right? That's what, when you get to the Marvel thing, the reason why characters or revamp names, it's not because they want to do that, it's because they want to sell back catalogs.
Oh yeah.
So all right, so that was a message, but I think we're going to wrap it up, guys. I think we're going to wrap up for the night. It's kind of bedtime. Let me do my video, and then I will say goodnight. So you guys want to tell people where they can find you? Fred, let them know.
Yeah, at Schwartz Art LLC. You can find me on, all the typical socials, all the usual suspects, Facebook, X, IG, etc. Most importantly, as it's in the link there, go to the Fisticuffs campaign on Kickstarter. We have just over 7 days to go. This is my first campaign. We've already been fully funded, but there's a lot that we want to do, right? This is a 6-issue miniseries. We have all 6 issues drawn. Books 1 and 2 are going to be available in this Kickstarter. We're looking to complete 3, 4, 5, and 6 and get them all out to you in a nice, timely, organized fashion. Should I do the pitch again? Are people still out there?
I'll share it out.
Okay, you got it then. But it's about a functional drunk whose comfortable life is derailed when a one-night stand has deadly consequences. Absolutely for fans of Preacher, The Boys, comps to Frank Miller, even got comp to Pat Shand recently in Charlie McKelvey's interview, which I was very proud of. So it's absolutely, please give it a shot, give it a taste, and we'll see you for this one and again for book 3.
The book was very good. You
read it?
I didn't read it, but I say it looks very good.
Oh, it looks very good. Oh, thank you, Pat. Thank you. Yeah, very proud of it. This is like almost 25 years of my life, like since I started writing the story back in college, and then to finally get it out now, I'm just thrilled and excited. So.
Well, it's almost what you and Charlie have been preaching, in a lot of private groups, for a new creator to really do anything in this thing right now, because it's so hard. There's so much competition. There's so much to it. Is you got to bring these great A-game artists, right? Stan Yak is one of those A-game artists. You're got to get noticed by having a Stan Yak. And it's not like you can't do it other ways, but if you really want to really take this seriously, you got to up that art game.
Yeah, and just I kind of thought it was the right thing to just kind of put my eggs in the basket of one story that I really care about and execute that as well as I can. We all kind of emulate our heroes, and I kind of think I was trying to do a Kevin Smith thing, right? Of do one thing that's really personal that I really care about and do it well and see where it goes. So.
All right, Pat, where can they find you?
It is www.spacebetweenentertainment.com. Also, cheekycomics.com, same website. It'll redirect to the main page. That's where all my stuff is. My Kickstarters, my web store, my vlog. And on social, I'm at Pat Sham pretty much everywhere. I'm trying to build up the company socials a bit more. We've been focusing more on my stuff, but I want to build the company more on social. So it's Space Between Ent pretty much everywhere. That's it.
Nice. And for the record, I'm thumbing through an article just so you know. You didn't miss out on anything. This twist, it was fully written and almost completely done with art. That's what Joss Whedon said in 2015.
I wonder why it didn't come out.
I think people lie.
Oh no, yeah, it's probably.
Joss Whedon is known for a little saying things are further ahead than they are. Actually, any sci-fi ever is that. I won't even just put it on Joss Whedon. The Star Trek people, the Star Wars people, the Doctor Who people, all of them are oh, we're blah blah blah. Yeah, but are you filming yet? Are you? Yeah. Thing. All right. I'm Travis Gibb. If you're watching this still, you follow me somewhere. Upheaval has 24 hours left, so if you want to back my first Shapiro book, that is that. And then we've got Holiday Spirits, Voodoo Nations, all sorts of stuff. We've got a book a month this year. It's we're going
Oh
big.
yeah. Oh yeah. That's awesome.
All right. Good night. Have a good one. I'll play my outro.